Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello. We are live. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, my goodness. So we're live. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We are live. We are waiting for the trial to begin, and they are in court. So let's get it on the screen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everybody got some rest last night. Okay, you can hear him heavy breathing already. He's like, what the heck? I'm not in the mood. So welcome, welcome. Good morning, Kim. How are you? How are you?
Did you get my message? Okay. All right. Okay, I think everybody's here. So this is 23 CF 475 State versus Josie Dikeman.
Matthew Torbenson and Emily Rude appear for the state. Also present at State's Council table is Investigative Sergeant Rich Amundson.
Morning, Your Honor. Chris Acker and David Bowles appear for Ms. Dikeman.
They all sound so excited to be there.
Mr. Bowles just needs a couple minutes before getting started.
Yeah, jury's not even up yet.
Okay.
Just but I did have a. Oh, they might. Anyway, now they are. I do have a question, and it's something that you said, Mr. Turbenson, during the motion to motion dismiss. You mentioned lesser includeds.
Oh yes,
and
we're going to hear about the lesser includeds. Let's
trying
hear.
to be thinking in advance. Is the state thinking that you're going to be requesting the lesser included, or you don't know yet?
We are, and I drafted instructions for Your Honor with the language with all the lessers already. I think we would be asking for lessers on count 1 and count 3. On count 1, we would ask that it go all the way down to second-degree reckless homicide.
Good morning,
On
China.
count 3, it doesn't change the substantive instruction on repeated acts. It changes the question on the bottom. It would say, did at least one act cause death? You must agree on that. If they answer that no, then did at least one act result in great bodily harm? You have to agree on that one. That would be the lesser included. It only adds a question.
Okay.
So reckless homicide.
Would you mind sending that?
I can send it to everybody.
To everybody. And it occurred to me, I don't know, somewhere around 2 a.m, maybe, when I woke up and thought about it. I said, "Oh wait, they're going to be asking for lesser included."
Yes.
Should have asked you right there and then and there. That doesn't surprise me. I don't know what the defense thinks.
Judge, obviously there has to be grounds for or a factual basis to support conviction on the lesser included before the state makes that request. I mean, just off the top of my head, I don't know that the state can assert a factual basis for second-degree intentional at this point.
What's the first degree?
As to count 3, I'd note that the lesser included is already kind of baked into the question of whether or not was this repeat child abuse and did it cause death. If that question is answered yes first and then no later, that's effectively a lesser included already. The other concern I would have is just examining this to make sure that with the various overlap of all of the possible lesser includeds, that we're not getting into double jeopardy territory and having or permitting convictions on 2 counts where the elements overlap.
Judge, to be clear, I'm not asking for second degree intentional. It'll go first degree intentional, first degree reckless, second degree reckless is how I've drafted it. And that avoids any elements overlapping issues. They're different elements.
Why don't you just share it with us?
So he's just throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what
Okay.
sticks.
Okay, I believe the jury's here. Are there any other issues we need to talk about this morning, Mr. Torbenson?
No.
So basically, if the jury can't decide, they'll just be like, we'll just go with this one.
And not try to be
Eeny, meeny,
Attorney
miny, moe.
Root or Attorney Bowles. I've just been addressing those two at the start. All right, and
So
it's
she
my
going to jail.
understanding today we're going to be starting with the doctor.
Yeah, and I think it's appropriate if the court wants to briefly instruct the jury that because of the doctor's scheduling, we're going to break Ms. Dikeman's testimony, call him first, and Ms. Dikeman will resume her testimony after that.
I think that's.
I wonder what the sentencing guidelines are. Let me look it up.
Dr.
I'll look up
Logan,
the sentencing.
Which doctor?
Dr. Christensen.
Dr. Christensen.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
sorry.
they're doing in Wisconsin. That's how they're playing it. Let me look up the
I don't know
sentencing
why I got
guidelines
the
for.
wrong person in mind. Okay, so we will, we can bring the jury in. We'll start early.
$25 years up to 60. $25 years for second-degree reckless homicide in Wisconsin. The maximum is 25 years. So they're going from a life in prison to 25, all the way down to 25 years. So they're just trying to get anything that
Okay,
sticks.
Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. So before we begin today, first of all, thank you again for being here so much on time, and we're able to start a little bit earlier. The other thing is Dr. Christensen is going to be testifying this morning. The reason is there's a bit of a scheduling issue, so we'll be taking a break from Ms. Dikeman's examination and going into Dr. Christensen. The intention is we'll go back to Ms. Dikeman as soon as we're done with the doctor this morning. All right, with that, let's begin.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Eric Christensen.
Yeah.
So this is the defense medical examiner that's going to give his opinion on how Alexavier possibly got these injuries and maybe how long he had these injuries. Y'all, I also went back and watched
The testimony given this manner shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Kouri Michelo's trial stuff again because I woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I went back and watched that.
Settled.
The defense here is really missing a good opportunity.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your name for the jury in court
Sure.
order?
My name is Eric Christensen. It's E-R-I-K. Last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Doctor, what is your occupation?
I am a forensic pathologist.
And are you board certified in forensic pathology?
I am, yes.
What is your current position?
I am currently a full-time, well, actually part-time consultant in forensic pathology, where I am involved in the review of both criminal and civil cases involving deaths to assist the attorneys that hire me. Sometimes there are other people that hire me as well. I've been doing this as my only occupation for the last couple of years since retiring as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
And Doctor, I'm approaching you with a document, Exhibit 311. Hand that to you.
Yes.
Is that a fairly current copy of your curriculum vitae?
It's a couple years old and it's missing the first 2 pages, but other than that, it's yes.
Thank you. Could you briefly describe your duties in your former role as chief medical examiner?
Um, I was responsible for the administration of a statewide medical examiner system. Our office was responsible for the investigation of all sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths within the state of Utah. That annually was somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,500 deaths a year. I supervised the work of 10 other forensic pathologists, as well as full-time investigative staff and autopsy assistant staff, and then various other people, clerical staff and epidemiologists and others.
And I know you don't have an exact number, but could you describe how many autopsies you've performed during your career?
Somewhere over 7,000.
And have you previously testified in court as an expert witness?
I have, yes.
And does your work include investigating deaths
Hey,
involving children?
Gwen.
It does.
And does your work also include reviewing toxicology results?
Yes, that's a routine part of forensic pathology work.
In preparing for your opinions on this case, Doctor, what materials did you review?
I reviewed medical records for Alexavier, both his birth records, outpatient pediatric records, hospitalization records related to his broken leg, and then events surrounding his death. I reviewed the information from the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office, a number of reports, and then the autopsy findings from Mayo Clinic and their associated documents.
And that would include toxicology findings?
Yes.
And are these the types of materials that forensic pathologists normally rely on in forming opinions?
Yes.
Same. I got up at 3 o'clock
Now,
this morning.
Doctor, it is sometimes the case that a second autopsy may be conducted. Was that a realistic possibility in this case?
Not to my experience. Certainly by the time I was involved in the case, it was not an option.
And can you explain to the jury, you got into this a little bit, but what a forensic pathologist does?
Sure. So forensic pathology is a specialty of medicine, a subspecialty of pathology itself. Pathology is a specialty like surgery or internal medicine or pediatrics. And pathology is involved specifically with the understanding and elucidation of causes of disease, and forensic pathology is the application of general pathology skills to the investigation of sudden, unexpected, or violent deaths to evaluate them for trauma, with the ultimate aim of determining the cause of death for that individual, as well as what we call the manner of death, which is a description of the circumstances in which the death occurred. And that manner of death is a vital record function. It's something that we record on the death certificate by checking a box. It was either a natural death, it was an accident, it was a suicide, whatever it might have been.
And is your role to decide who is legally responsible for a death?
No.
And what does it mean when a death is classified as undetermined?
So undetermined is one of 5 choices for manner of death that we as pathologists have when we complete a death certificate. As I said, death can be determined to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then the 5th option is undetermined. And undetermined is a manner that we use in cases where there is insufficient evidence to make a determination between 2 other manners. Most common example we see is probably an individual who has a history of substance use disorder, who is known to abuse, say, for example, opiates. But that person also has a history of depression and maybe even prior suicide attempts, and then that person is found dead of an overdose of opiates. In the absence of something like a note or something else to definitively help us know, was this just part of their usual drug use, or was this something they did on purpose at this time, we will certify many of those types of deaths as undetermined.
And the undetermined classification, that's used when medical evidence does not allow doctors to rule out multiple causes. Is that a fair
Yes.
statement, as you've indicated? Were you able to determine one definite cause of death in this case?
No.
What is your opinion regarding the cause of death?
I think this death is most appropriately certified as undetermined cause. That doesn't mean there's no idea what it is. Certainly there are many things that it is not. But ultimately, I think this comes down to a question of, the impact of trauma and the impact of drugs. And there's not sufficient information to sort those two out.
And were you able to rule out drug intoxication as a cause of death?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Were you able to rule out drug intoxication as a cause of death?
No.
And what do you believe was the most likely medical mechanism of death?
But mechanistically, the findings are most consistent with this child having died of respiratory failure. There are findings of pulmonary edema, which does take some time to develop. There are also some changes of cerebral edema and other indicators that the death occurred over a period of time, was not an instantaneous event. And that's most consistent with a death from respiratory failure.
And so you would agree with Dr. Quinton that his autopsy findings demonstrate a gradual dying process?
Yeah.
Oh,
And were the findings in this case consistent with injury caused by lack of oxygen to the brain?
That was the ultimate cause of the brain injury, yes.
oh.
And would you agree with Dr. Quinton that there is no evidence of lethal traumatic head injury?
I would agree with that, yes.
And did the autopsy show any evidence that Alexavier had been strangled?
No.
Did the autopsy demonstrate evidence that shows Alexavier had been asphyxiated or smothered?
No.
And let's talk about blood loss. Can severe blood loss deprive the brain of oxygen?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And approximately how much blood loss is typically required to cause death?
That really varies depending on which source you read. The trauma literature provides some guidance, the pathology literature also some, but generally speaking, the number that's discussed is somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of all of your blood volume, which that varies by age. Children obviously have much less total blood than adults do. Obese people have more blood than skinny people. All of those, there are a number of factors that go into how much blood you have, but if you lose between 1/3 and 1/2 of your blood volume, that certainly can lead to your death.
And approximately how much internal bleeding was found in this case?
The measured amount of blood was about 100 milliliters. And in a child of this size, his total blood volume would be expected to be somewhere around, somewhere over 1.5 liters, so 1,500 milliliters or more.
And was the measured amount significantly less than would normally be associated with death from blood loss?
Yes.
And now, is it possible that some internal bleeding may not always be fully measurable?
That's absolutely the case. So when someone is injured, for example, I mean, we're all familiar with bruises. If you have a bruise, there is bleeding into that tissue that makes that bruise visible. But there's not any way to measure how much blood that is. And the same thing happens internally. In addition to blood that may fill up in cavities that we can actually collect and measure, you can also have blood within the soft tissues. In this case, Dr. Quint described hemorrhage within what's called the mesentery, which is the supportive structures for the intestines and around the head of the pancreas and a few other places within the back of the abdomen. You can't also, just like you can't really quantitate how much blood is in a bruise, there's not a way to quantitate how much is in that space, but you know that it's no more than what the volume of that tissue itself would be.
And so even considering the possibility that there was, in fact, some unmeasurable blood loss, was there evidence suggesting that blood loss was severe enough to cause death in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, can a drug overdose cause death by reducing oxygen to the brain?
Yes, that's probably the most common mechanism.
And can you explain to the jury how that happens?
Sure. Any number of drugs can do this, but alprazolam, which is a question in this case, also is certainly known to do it. Anything that causes your breathing to slow or stop can lead to respiratory failure. So opiates particularly are known to do that, to even stop your breathing. But alprazolam and the other medications in its class are also known to slow your respirations. And if you normally breathe 12 to 15 times a minute, but the drug has slowed your breathing to 3 to 4 times a minute, that's just not going to be enough to get you all the oxygen you need. It's enough to keep you alive for even an extended period of time before you would actually die from that, but it's not going to be ultimately enough to keep your brain alive or to keep your heart happy. With those are both probably the two organs in your body that require the most oxygen.
And can overdose on alprazolam, also known as Xanax, can that slow or suppress breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And this would all be consistent with Dr. Quinton's description of this as a gradual process. Is that fair?
It would, yes.
And can alprazolam lead to hypoxic or anoxic brain injury?
Yes.
Can it also dull the senses?
Yes, and it can make you, I mean, typical symptoms, especially an overdose, would be, drowsiness, lethargy, confusion, slurred speech, all the way up to coma and death.
And how about with regard to pain?
It's not a pain medication per se. It's not like an opiate. It's blocking pain receptors in your body, but because it alters your thinking, it can dull your response to pain, yes.
So let's move on to the injury findings. Alexavier had significant injuries, is that fair?
He had a number of significant injuries, yes.
And were those injuries consistent with blunt force trauma?
They are. Mm-hmm.
And does inflicted trauma necessarily mean the injuries were intentionally inflicted?
Can you ask that again?
Well, let me ask it a different way, but are you familiar with the ways that blunt liver injuries can occur?
Yes.
And can those types of injuries occur without somebody intentionally trying to kill a child?
Yes. So blunt injuries by their nature are nonspecific, with, a few exceptions. I mean, if, someone is stomped on with a boot with a particular pattern, that may leave a pattern that tells me it was that kind of boot. Or if someone is hit with an implement that leaves a specific type of pattern, then I might be able to say it's consistent with some rod-like implement or something sort of generally in that class of things. But for the most part, blunt injuries simply signify the interaction of a body with a blunt object. That can either be because the object is being moved against the person, or it can be because the person fell into whatever object it was. But the injury itself doesn't really tell you much about what caused it, short of a pattern that would reflect an implement, a specific implement.
And the injury patterns that you observed, would those be specific to one single cause?
No.
And would they be specific, strike that. Can forensic pathology determine the exact time an injury occurred?
No. Really, the best we can do is broad swaths of time. So an injury can have characteristics of being an acute injury, meaning it happened, anywhere from minutes ago or seconds ago, all the way up to, even a day, would be, the sort of earliest, broadest category of what we can see based on those types of findings. As we start to see the body responding to that injury, meaning inflammatory cells come in and other things where the body's trying to clean up what has happened, that tells you that it didn't just happen, that it's been some number of hours or days since that happened. And then as the injuries then further heal, you start to see scar tissue and other things, and you know that those have been going on for days, but there's nothing you can look at pathologically that allows you to determine it was 3 hours ago or 5 hours ago or 12 hours ago. The best you can say with findings that suggest it just happened, that it's probably somewhere in the last 24 hours.
And so you indicated the time frame for the possibility of injuries that were seen in the autopsy would be 24 hours.
More or less. And all of the timing related to those things is subject to, the addition of other information. So for example, it doesn't necessarily apply in this case, but if there was video evidence that showed an injury occurred 26 hours before this, it could still be consistent with that.
Now, could any of these injuries be consistent with rough play between children?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And could you describe those injuries?
Sure. I mean, any injury, I mean, really could involve any of the injuries this child has. Bruises, um, injuries related to the liver. You know, it would depend on the nature of the play, obviously. Routine kind of play is not going to do that, but if somebody gets shoved over, knocked over, stepped on, you know, other things certainly could lead to really any of these injuries. It's unlikely that that type of play would account for all of the injuries.
And if there was testimony establishing that the child's father had access to the child the prior evening between approximately 5:30 and 7:30, would the autopsy findings be consistent with injuries occurring during that time period?
Yes.
And could those injuries be consistent with being struck with an open hand?
They could be. Some could be, not all of them.
And others would require a different mechanism?
Yes.
Okay. And is it likely that multiple events contributed to the injuries?
Yes, I mean, just the distribution of the injuries on this child, you know, from head to extremities and torso, and all the different places are not consistent with all of this resulting from a single blow, if you will, or single impact. Just by their distribution, you know that it required multiple specific discrete impacts to cause those injuries.
And does that require a prolonged time period?
No, I mean, it could be. You can't say that it's not. I mean, within the time frame of 24 hours, they all would look more or less the same pathologically. You can't really distinguish them that way, but just from the physical act of causing the injuries, certainly it could be quick or it could be protracted. There's not a way to know from looking at them.
And do these injuries as a whole prove that homicidal violence occurred?
No, I mean, it's back to that whole question of specificity. You know, blunt injuries are blunt injuries. If they are accidental in nature, which you can't tell by looking, or inflicted trauma, you can't distinguish that just from looking at them.
And did you find injuries that would typically did you find injuries that would typically be associated with an intentional homicide?
Objection, that calls for a comment on the mental state of the person. For the jury.
Well, I think he has experience with determining the severity of injuries and whether they're consistent with an intent to actually cause death. That certainly is within his
Not his
expertise.
job, he just testified to that.
So this is, I believe the question's about, there's the different use of intentional act versus non-intentional act in medical. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking about? Not the elements, but the medical?
I guess the point I'm getting at is did the injuries demonstrate that the person who caused them intended the child to die?
Yeah, I'll allow him to ask that question.
So blunt injuries, again, are non-specific generally, and, you know, cases that I see where the cause of death is distinctly or definitely results from violent actions, violent blunt force applied by another individual. I would expect to see more trauma in the head, more trauma in other locations than what I see present in this case.
And doctor, do the autopsy findings instead suggest another possible cause of death that was more likely?
Yes.
Specifically, would that be consistent with anoxic brain injury caused by alprazolam intoxication?
Yes.
And doctor, you talked a little bit about this, but I don't know if we got into all of the details. What is alprazolam?
Alprazolam is a benzodiazepine medication. It's used to treat anxiety by itself, used to treat anxiety associated with depression. And it's part of a class of other similar medications. It's one of the more common ones that's prescribed for that indication. And it has sedating effects.
And can you elaborate on those effects that alprazolam can have in an overdose situation?
Sure. Like I mentioned before, lethargy, you know, inability in coordination, stumbling, slurred speech is described. And then, you know, on that spectrum, as person becomes more and more affected by it, can lead to coma and even death.
And you've indicated it can suppress breathing and that would reduce oxygen flow to the
It
brain.
can, yes.
And can that lead to death?
Can that lead to anoxic brain injury?
Well, let me ask you, did the toxicology testing show alprazolam in Alexavier's system?
It showed, yes, alprazolam was present at a high level in his blood.
And what was the level of alprazolam in Alexavier's system?
The measured number was 250 nanograms per milliliter.
And you said the measured level, that was measured from a sample of blood taken during the autopsy.
It was a sample taken at autopsy of what was described as what's called cavity blood. So it was not blood that they were able to get from a vessel itself. And when you take blood from a cavity, it's obviously still blood, but you don't know necessarily what else it might be mixed with. Was there, fluid present in the pleural cavity before the blood leaked into there that you collected? And so it's not reliable as a means of determining specifically whether the level that you get. You just don't. There's not reference ranges for cavity blood. You don't really know what that number means in cavity blood, except that the substance is present in the system. But you don't know how that level would compare to a sample taken from a blood vessel.
And so in other words, we can't take that result and conclude automatically that that was representative of the level that was found in Alexavier's circulating blood.
That's correct.
Is it possible, however, that the level that you found was the level that was in Alexavier's circulating blood?
That's certainly possible.
And you indicated 250 nanograms per milliliter. What is the number of, or what is the level that is considered potentially fatal in adults?
So in adults, the typical range for toxicity starts somewhere around 100. Deaths have been reported at levels as low as 140 in adults. In children, we don't really have good reference ranges because it's not a drug that children take very frequently. I mean, certainly I'm sure there are children that are prescribed it, but it's not something that there's a lot of data about, and especially not in a postmortem setting. And so we don't know necessarily what it means in children, but it's the level that is measured in him would be certainly very high for an adult and would be sufficient to explain that adult's death.
And doctor, can children be even more vulnerable to those effects?
It depends on the medication, but yes, is the short answer.
And is alprazolam overdose a reasonable explanation for Alexavier's injuries?
For his anoxic brain injury, yes, certainly could be caused by that.
And can an overdose be accidental?
Yes.
Now we talked about some of the symptoms of alprazolam, and you indicated it can cause lethargy. Is that fair?
Yes.
Could it cause a person to be unusually difficult to wake up?
Yes.
And can it reduce responsiveness to pain or stimulation?
Yes.
And if there was testimony that law enforcement officers were present in the home between 7 and 7:30 and observed Alexavier they had very difficult time arousing him, would that be consistent potentially with alprazolam intoxication?
It would, yes.
And in failing to wake in response to a flashlight, that would be consistent.
It certainly could be caused by alprazolam, yes.
And if and would slurred speech before falling into a deep sleep also be consistent?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking up this converter system.
Did you find any
no sense
evidence?
to me.
Well, let me ask. Would a history of a child waking up at night and getting into things also be important contextual information?
Yes.
And did you find any evidence that alprazolam had been forcibly administered?
No.
And what might you expect to see if that were the case?
So, in a forced administration, the assumption is that the person doesn't want to take it and they're resisting. And if you've had a situation like that, you might expect to see injuries around the person's mouth and other things of that nature, but there's no indication of that.
And let's talk a little bit about something different about CPR. You're familiar with CPR, is that
Yes.
right? And if there was testimony that Alexavier had either white foam or black liquid emitting from his mouth immediately after first responders began to move him to the floor and perform CPR, what would you make of that?
I mean, it would not really be unexpected. The most significant finding of those two that you mentioned is certainly the presence of a white foam is consistent with respiratory failure. But the presence of black fluid coming from the mouth doesn't really mean anything to me.
As an expert who looks at these things, would that prove that someone had not previously attempted CPR on Alexavier?
No, it would not.
And the black fluid, would that necessarily be blood?
No, I've had many cases over the years where a person had blackish material either on their face or coming from their mouth. The investigators at the scene had said, "Oh, we think this is blood," and when looked at, tested, was not blood. After you eat something and it sits in your stomach for a while, a lot of things can give that appearance.
One moment.
So I
And
still,
doctor, there were bruises found on Alexavier in the autopsy. Is that fair?
The other were yes.
And bruises, do those immediately appear after an injury is suffered?
Not necessarily, no.
And could they be not visible after an injury and then appear later?
Yes.
And there was discussion also about a potential lethargy seen in Alexavier, difficulty in waking him when the law enforcement came through the house. Could that also be consistent with a concussion or mild TBI?
Possibly, yes.
And that can cause loss of consciousness?
It can. I mean, that's part of, how traumatic brain injuries can be defined as the length of unconsciousness associated with a concussive injury in particular.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
wow.
Cross?
Morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Ugh.
Doctor, you are retired from your job as a pathologist in Utah, correct?
I'm retired from my work for the state, yes.
Correct. And in your work for the state, whenever you performed an autopsy, you would have to author a report relative to that autopsy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
It's mandated as part of your work as a forensic pathologist that whenever you're performing an autopsy and conducting work, that you document all of your findings and conclusions.
Objection,
Isn't
this
that
is
right?
irrelevant.
It's very relevant,
Overruled.
correct?
So it varies from depending on where you are, but most states require that if you conduct an autopsy, that you reduce the findings from your autopsy to a written report, yes. And
You
that
didn't
is
author a report in this case, did you?
no, but I didn't conduct the autopsy.
As a defense expert, you have the ability to author a report, correct?
I do many times.
And oftentimes you are asked to
What the-
write a formal report with your findings and
Objection.
conclusions.
Let him
Is that
answer
right?
the question.
Well, you didn't author a formal report. Go ahead.
You didn't author a report with your findings and conclusions, correct?
I did not in this
Did you
case.
provide any written statements regarding your findings and conclusions to the defense?
No,
You did not?
no.
Okay, so you provided no information to the defense in writing that the state could have and examine, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, all of the information that you provided to them, you provided verbally,
correct.
okay. How much did it cost for your consultation on this case?
I don't know. I mean, I bill for my time and experience basically at a rate of $500 an hour.
Doctor, you know when you walk into this courtroom that I'm gonna ask you questions relative to how much you pay, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you came into court today knowing that I was gonna ask these questions, and you are saying that you didn't figure out the amount, knowing that I was gonna ask you these questions today, is that right?
Well, I didn't know that you would specifically ask that total amount question, but I can give you a ballpark. I mean, it's
Every time you testify as a defense expert, you're asked these questions.
no.
You're an
not
a-hole.
every time, no.
Okay, the majority of the time you testify as a defense expert, you are asked these questions.
Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not.
Okay, and you said $500 an hour. How many hours did you put into this case?
I started working on this case in 2023. I would guess at this point, I have put in somewhere around 20 hours.
20 hours
Yes,
at $500 an hour.
yes,
On top of that, $500 an hour for 20 hours, you get paid separate and distinctly for your testimony today. Isn't that correct?
I don't get paid for my testimony. I get paid to appear and testify. What I say is not what I'm being paid for.
Thank you for clarifying that. You get paid to appear and testify, and that's at a different rate than that $500 an hour for 20 hours. Isn't that right?
No, it's the same rate.
The same rate. So the longer you spend on the stand, the more money you make today.
No, for court appearances, I mean, I still bill at the same hourly rate, but I bill it in half-day increments. So if I'm
Half-day
here for
increments?
half a day, then it's 2,000. If I'm here for a full day, it's 4,000.
So half day is 2,000, full day is 4,000. That's different than what you originally said. You said you originally would bill it out at $500 an hour. That's not what you just answered though, is it?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly, no. It's important in your profession to be accurate, correct?
I would say so, yes.
You're used to answering questions from attorneys based on your profession, correct?
Correct.
And I just asked you a pretty clear question and you got the answer wrong, isn't that right?
If you can interpret it that way, yes.
How do you interpret it?
Oh my gosh.
I answered the question related to how I bill. And
Don't bill $500 an hour for testimony. You bill half day or full day. I asked you how you bill for testimony. And you originally said $500 an hour, correct?
Answered, he's
That's
badgering the
correct.
witness.
Badgering the witness.
Objection, asked and answered, he's
Sustain, move on.
So you gave all the answers to the defense verbally, not in any written fashion. We covered that, correct?
yes,
asked and answered.
I was laying foundation for the next question.
Go ahead.
Now, this child suffered multiple blunt force impacts all over his body,
yes,
multiple to the head,
yes,
multiple to the side of the eye on different planes. Isn't that right?
yes,
Multiple that were revealed once his hair was shaved, correct?
yes,
Multiple different portions of the head, correct?
yes,
Each one of the bruises that are documented by Dr. Quinton in his autopsy is a separate and distinct blow to the head to Alexavier Pedron. Isn't that right?
yes.
An assaultive blow, correct?
I don't know. Can't tell from looking at them.
You can look at the fact that there's so many blows on different planes and different sides of his head that you can say it's not an accident, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean, certainly the cumulative total of them suggests that they are inflicted. I will agree with that, yes.
Okay.
But any specific injury, you can't say that.
When you're practicing medicine, you're applying the differential diagnostic process, isn't that right?
Yes,
And explain to the jury, no, I'll tell you, the differential diagnostic process is looking at the child as a whole or the patient as a whole and their entire conditions correctly
yes,
and making a diagnosis as to what makes sense based on the entire clinical picture you're seeing, right?
yes,
So we don't just look at one bruise on the head or one bruise on the other side of the head or the injuries to the organs. It's important to look at all of the injuries, the entire constellation of injuries on this child's body as a whole.
yes, that is true.
And the entire physical injuries on this child's body, the constellation of injuries as a whole, demonstrate that this child was violently assaulted. Isn't that right?
Not word I would use. I mean, there's no question that his injuries in total are consistent with inflicted.
Hey, Jenny
that
P.
he was abused.
Inflicted child abuse. Correct? He's a
He's
child.
yes.
All right. This is inflicted abuse of a child, right?
Mhm.
And we can also reasonably conclude that the medication, the Xanax that's in his system, he ingested, however you want to say he took it, that happened after the abuse, right?
What?
Actually, I don't think we can say that. We don't know either, within a 24-hour window, we can say when the injuries happen, but we have no idea when the medication was administered, either to him or he did it himself. We don't know.
You would agree that this is a very high level of Xanax in his system.
Well, it's a high level in his cavity blood that we don't know what it means with respect to his system.
You just testified under direct examination that this level in an adult could be toxic to an adult and maybe cause the death of an adult.
Yes, if it's a blood level. Yes.
And you also testified under direct examination that it's wholly possible that the result from the cavity blood may be the actual result that was in his system. You said that when they asked you the question.
Yes, they may.
It may be, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if this child ingests that level of this drug, it's going to make him symptomatic really quick. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I would expect, so you can't infer from a given level in someone's blood how much of a dose they took. You know that you can say that a given level would require more than, say, one pill. But beyond that, you can't say. And because we don't really have good data about what these levels mean in children,
Thank you.
there's not a good way to say what this specific level means with how much he ingested. With respect to your specific question of how soon he would be symptomatic, that would be a function certainly of how much he ingested, but I don't know how much he ingested, but it certainly could be quick.
Well, when people take medication, they don't take it so it can take effect 14 hours later, correct?
Oh, no, I would not expect it to take that kind of time.
Take it so it can take effect rather quickly.
Yes,
And Xanax is a pill that Xanax or lorazepam is a pill that someone takes so that it can take effect within an hour or so.
I'll praise the
Right, in
Lamb.
general.
generally speaking, yes.
Not
So you'd
lorazepam.
expect
Two different drugs.
effects of that pill to take place
Dummy.
within at least an hour. Isn't that right?
I would expect so.
Now, you testified that, and going back to the injuries, and my question related to the injuries of this child, it doesn't make sense that someone beats a child after the child's unconscious from a pill, correct? That just defies logic.
That's correct.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
From a practical standpoint, I mean, that's a common sense opinion.
Yeah, so when we look at again, the entire clinical picture of this child as a whole, we can safely say that this child was physically abused and then was given Xanax afterwards or took Xanax on his own afterwards, which is your conclusion. Is that correct?
That certainly would be an explanation, yes.
Now, it's important when we're looking at how this child got Xanax in the child's system that we consider the fact that he was abused, right?
I mean, it's part of the whole context, yes.
We can't ignore that, right? Because that's not the practice of medicine.
No,
We have to look at those injuries and the abuse, right?
yes,
We have to look at the severity of those injuries and the abuse, right?
yes.
Those injuries are going to be symptomatic, aren't they?
I would expect there would be some symptoms, yes.
For example, a rib fracture, he has a fractured 10th posterior rib. That's a painful thing.
I would expect so,
Even when he breathes, right?
yes.
He's going to feel that pain.
I would expect so, yes.
Okay. You asked questions relative to when he was observed by law enforcement and he was described as lethargic and things of that nature when law enforcement was on scene. Did you actually watch that body cam?
I did,
You did watch that body cam?
yes.
Okay. You had the police reports relative to the statements of witnesses afterwards, correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that he was described as being awake and alert after that, correct?
correct.
That would be inconsistent with him having lorazepam in his system at that point, isn't that right?
I'll praise the Lamb.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. Him being described, Alexavier being described as awake and alert for hours and hours after law enforcement came to the residence would be inconsistent with him having lorazepam or Xanax in his system at that point in time when law enforcement came.
Mischaracterizing the evidence.
I'll praise the Lamb.
I believe part of it is, there is a phrase that at some point he was awake and alert. Go ahead.
So sorry, can you repeat it again?
Let's just go over the time frame.
Sure.
You're aware that this defendant described that Alexavier was awake watching TV with her until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes,
Okay. You're aware that this defendant described that she tried to put Alexavier to sleep around midnight and he wouldn't go to sleep, so she turned the TV back on.
yes,
You're aware of those facts?
yes,
You're aware that this defendant's mother stopped by the house after 9 p.m. to pick up 2 older children and described Alexavier as laughing and playing with the other children.
Objection, hearsay.
It goes to his opinion.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
You're aware of that information, correct?
yes,
You're aware that there's a phone call between this defendant and Laura Lee, her friend, at 10:30 at night where they both describe Alexavier saying the same thing, that he wanted to get up in the middle of the night and get into some trouble, right?
yes,
You're aware of all that information.
yes.
And all that information flies in the face of this child having lorazepam or Xanax in his system at 7 o'clock when law enforcement's on scene. Isn't that right? They opened the door to this. They absolutely talked about it.
Yep, overruled.
So it doesn't, you know, I guess what I would say is it doesn't exclude the possibility that he took Xanax, but it certainly would require for him to be dead of it to have taken it again.
It would
After
require
that
what? I'm
time.
sorry, I missed that.
It would require him, if his initial lethargy and other things were caused by Xanax, and then he seemed to be up and moving around, and then is ultimately dead from Xanax would require him to have taken more Xanax.
Taken more.
Yes.
Yes. And his sleepiness from 5 to 7 p.m. could be from the melatonin he took. Isn't that right?
Potentially.
You're aware that he had melatonin in his system, correct?
Yes.
One of the other toxicology findings in this case was caffeine. There was caffeine, presumptive positive for caffeine in his
Yes.
system, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that
Red Bull.
Alexavier, one of the things or claims made was that Alexavier would get up in the middle of the night, right?
Yes.
And he would look for things to eat or drink, correct?
Yeah. Correct.
And having caffeine in his system would be consistent with ingesting, for example, a Red Bull in the middle of the night.
It certainly would be. Mhm.
And Red Bull has caffeine in it, quite a large amount,
It
actually.
does. It does.
This prosecutor is just.
I want to
my
talk to you a
mom
little
always
bit about
said
the
it's not
liver
what you
laceration.
say,
That would also be a very painful
it's
injury,
how
isn't
you
that
say
right?
it.
The liver itself, you don't have a lot of good discrete pain receptors within your internal organs. So from a pain standpoint, you wouldn't necessarily be able to say, oh, my liver has been injured, but certainly the bleeding that would be associated with that, blood within the abdominal cavity is generally, in most people, described as a painful thing.
Described as painful, correct?
Correct.
And he has not only a lacerated liver, but he has damage to other organs as well. Isn't that correct?
He has some hemorrhage around his pancreas, has hemorrhage around his initial part of his small intestine, and in the wall of his small intestine, yes.
There's been studies to demonstrate the type of forces necessary to cause liver lacerations or internal organ lacerations to children. Isn't that right?
I believe there are. If I've seen them, it's been a while. But
It's something that would be important for you to know when you testify here as an expert regarding a liver laceration in the child, correct?
certainly, it requires a fair amount of force to lacerate a liver.
A fair amount of force, right? We don't
Yes.
see children just coming into hospitals on a daily or weekly basis with lacerated livers from minor trauma.
No.
It requires something rather significant.
Yes.
One of the ways that children suffer liver lacerations is when they ride their bikes and they come to an abrupt stop and their handlebars go directly into their stomach.
Correct.
That's the type of force it causes, where the handlebars go into the stomach and they tumble over their bikes, right?
Yes.
A real blow of something that's pushing the organs against the back spine, correct?
Correct.
That's the type of force we're talking about here.
That's an example of it. Yes. Mhm.
Yes, of what we need to cause these injuries.
Yes, and I mean, those types of injuries, bicycle handlebar injuries, certainly can be much more severe than what is present in this case, but the mechanism is accurate.
When we talk about the possibility of Alexavier getting up and taking this medication after he suffered this beating, we have to take into account first that he's got a broken leg, correct?
Yes, I mean, it's healing, he's in a cast, but yes.
He's got limited mobility.
I don't know specifically what his mobility was.
Are you aware from the records that you reviewed, the law enforcement records, that he wasn't supposed to walk at all on that leg?
I seem to recall that now that you said that, but I don't remember specifically.
Did you review the scene photographs in this case?
I did.
Are you aware that he was supposed to use a walker if he was walking on his own?
I don't recall specifically whether he was supposed to or not.
Are you aware of where the walker was located by law enforcement when they conducted the scene
I do
investigation?
not recall. No,
Do you know that it was folded away and he wasn't even using it?
no.
There's no facts not in evidence.
I asked him if he is aware of it.
That's speculative. That's.
All right. Overruled.
What the?
Not aware.
And just so it's clear, being aware or not aware does not mean the facts are in evidence. It just,
It's not for the truth of the matter. It's a
Alexavier had
hypothetical.
bruising on his hands, correct?
Some, yes. Mhm.
That's an additional area where he was assaulted.
Well-
Speculation.
Yeah, I don't know.
he says, I don't know, overruled.
An additional area where there's blunt force injuries noted on his body.
Could you repeat that?
An additional area where he has blunt force injuries on his body,
He does have blunt injuries, yes.
on his hands.
Yes.
The pill bottle that was located on scene, that had child safety locks on it, isn't that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. What do you recall about all the pill bottles that were located in the bag where that pill bottle is purported to have come from?
as far as purported to come from, I don't know. I mean, it was my belief or my understanding is that the bottle found next to him was for prednisone, um, which was not tested for and not identified, whether he took any of that or not. But beyond that, I don't know.
You don't believe he was tested for prednisone on toxicology?
No,
Really? Are
really.
you sure about that?
Nearly 100%, yes.
Yeah, they didn't look for prednisone in Alexavier's autopsy.
That's not a routine part of any forensic pathology tox testing that I'm aware of.
In this case, they had concern for prednisone, and you're saying that when they tested Alexavier's toxicology, they did not look first for prednisone. As you sit there under oath, that's what you're telling this jury?
That's my recollection, yes.
That's your recollection? Yeah, I'm asking if we can just take a brief break. I want to get the autopsy toxicology report.
If you find it, go ahead.
Ugh, this guy's like, oh,
It's important to get facts right when you're testifying under oath, right?
Yes.
Okay.
ugh.
And as you sit there right now, you're telling us that in a case where it is originally believed that this may be a prednisone overdose, nobody tested for prednisone. That's what you're telling us.
That's my belief, yes.
That's your belief. And it'd be important for you, before you take the stand, to review all the documentation and make sure that you have a mastery of the facts, correct?
Yes.
And if you got that wrong, that would be a big mistake on your part.
I don't know about big, but yeah, it would depend on the relevance of the finding.
Well, that was one of the original concerns for the cause of death in this case, isn't it? Prednisone.
Well, it was found next to him, and so yes, they would be concerned that he took it. I'm not aware of any cases of death by overdose from prednisone.
Just, if you're looking for the autopsy report, it's Exhibit 27.
This prosecutor is it would be different if he were doing this out of passion for justice for Alexavier, but he's just doing it because he's a douche. Not for any other reason than he has to look at that face of his in the mirror every day.
Blows to the head can cause swelling of the brain, correct?
Well, get to the prednisone, dude.
Could you say blows to the head can cause swelling of the brain? By themselves, generally no, but
If there's multiple
if there's what?
blows to the head?
It would depend on what they do, but generally speaking, no.
You have the big gotcha moment. Let's do it. Have this guy earn his $2,000. Well, while he's looking for his, I mean, I feel like the defense has really fumbled.
Doctor, you may be right on the prednisone.
Ah!
I thought there was a screen for it. I'll come back to that issue.
Oh! You cocky some bitch.
When we're talking about the investigation of the scene in this particular case, the rest of the pill bottles that were contained inside that bag all had the caps on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
They all had the exact prescribed medication that matched the label inside. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that's a factor for you to take into account too when you're looking at how the medication got inside of Alexavier. Isn't that right?
Yes.
They all had the child locks engaged. Isn't that right?
It's my understanding, yes.
And it's important to take into consideration the developmental capabilities of Alexavier. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And child locks would be a safety mechanism on that container that would keep a child of Alexavier's age from getting into that.
That would be why it's, oh, sorry.
What was your question again?
A child safety lock that is engaged on a pill bottle would be something that would keep a 6-year-old child from getting into that medication.
Overruled, go ahead.
So that would certainly be the intent of its design. Whether there's no 6-year-old that can get into it, I can't answer.
It would require a child to both push down and turn, correct?
The usual mechanism, yes.
You're aware of where the bag was found?
I don't recall.
You don't recall where the bag was found?
No.
It's found next to his body. Does that help you recall?
No.
I mean, right next to his body. Is that where it was found? Or is that where they put it? I can't imagine that she would have a bag of
Would it be
pills.
fair to say that based on the description of how Alexavier was acting that evening, that he took in that lorazepam or Xanax sometime after 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? Isn't that right?
Speculation.
Given his earlier testimony, I'll allow that question to be asked. Go ahead.
That would be expected, yes.
That'd be expected. It happened after that time frame.
Yes.
And you're aware that this defendant and only this defendant was home with Alexavier for the last 14 hours of his life.
Yes.
That's asked and answered and mischaracterizes the evidence.
It wasn't asked and answered, and you just said yes.
Doesn't matter what his answer is, it doesn't mischaracterize the evidence.
Yes, she was the
Let's-
only one home
let's-
for that time frame, correct?
They are so petty.
Only adult home.
Correct.
That's
Thank you, Judge.
okay.
This is the most juvenile trial I think I've ever seen. It's the prosecutors, man. The prosecutors are like,
Can I just correct something? You said 14 hours, but I believe you had said there was evidence of somebody being there at 9:30.
ah,
Somebody picking up.
shba.
Yeah,
I'll
so it's
clarify
not
that.
14 hours, 12 hours. I mean, I'm just trying to.
Thank you,
if there was
Judge.
an objection on the basis of the factual mischaracterization.
Thank you, Judge.
I just don't want it to be mischaracterized. What was the actual? What?
Yes, cyber.
Thank you, Judge. His little snooty. Dude, you need to fire your barber. And I don't know if it's the glasses or if it's the haircut or if it's just his entire face. I think it's just his whole attitude. Those
You're
are the,
aware that the first responders described Alexavier's body still a little bit warm to the touch. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. That demonstrates that he would have died relatively recently to when they responded, within an hour or so.
I don't think it tells us that at all. I mean, the cooling of the body is a very wishy-washy, it's not a very precise way of determining how long someone's been dead.
There's a lot of factors that go into it, like the temperature of the room, correct?
Correct.
The size of the body,
Yes.
and the age of the individual, things of that nature, right?
There are a number of things that influence that, yes.
It's been studied, but it's not precise.
And no, definitely not precise.
When I gave the 14-hour range, I'm going to clarify a little bit more. We know that an adult stopped by to pick up 2 adult children, is that correct?
Yes.
And that adult was the defendant's mother, is that right?
Yes.
And when that adult, the defendant's mother, stopped by to pick up the 2 older children, the defendant was there with her mother that time frame, correct, according to the
Yes.
reports?
Yes.
They were engaging with one another,
That's my understanding, yes.
and she picked up those 2 children and left, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence whatsoever that that other adult was in any way, shape, or form left alone with Alexavier.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And after that adult, the defendant's mother picks up the 2 older children, it's this defendant and this defendant alone is the only adult in the home.
Correct.
And that's after roughly 9:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that goes until 9:25 a.m. when first responders are on scene. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. That's all I have.
Oh my gosh. Recross.
All right, redirect.
Doctor, do we know when exactly Alexavier died?
No.
And Alexavier, when he was discovered in the morning, he was in a state of rigor mortis, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that tell you?
I mean, it's another thing like cooling of the body. There are certain changes that happen in the body post-mortem. The body will cool off, the body becomes stiff, and blood, settles into the lowest portions of the body. All of those things happen in a sort of gradual, progressive way over time. When a person first dies, there's no evidence of stiffening. There's no visible evidence of lividity or that pooling of the blood. And they're going to feel essentially as warm as they did. Most of the studies on postmortem cooling say that there's at least a plateau period initially where the body will remain at its normal temperature for a period of time, an hour or more. But the stiffening of the body happens in a progressive way, usually is present within an hour or two, becomes more developed, and stays then fully developed after a period of about 12 hours until the body starts to decompose. But the presence of that, we just don't know how long. I mean, it doesn't tell us enough, nothing really informative as far as how long they've been dead, other than, if the presence of rigor mortis suggests they didn't just die. So it's probably been an hour or more. But again, other findings, if there was video that said, he was doing this, 45 minutes before, it certainly could be consistent with that, but could be really anywhere beyond that time frame.
Now, the government's lawyer made a big deal about how Dr. Quinton ordered testing for prednisone. You remember that?
Yes.
And in fact, was that the case? Did they test for prednisone?
I don't believe so, no.
And is that something they could have tested for?
I'm not aware of a lab that offers that testing specifically. I'm sure there are research labs somewhere that can look at that question, but it's not in the setting of postmortem toxicology. Most anything that can be used to lead to, cause, or contribute to someone's death has been looked at in terms of the ability to test for it. Like I said before, I haven't seen a case of someone dying of a prednisone overdose, and I'm not aware of a lab that specifically includes that as part of any of their routine screens.
As you sit here today,
That could have been
under
a
oath.
possibility. Is that your testimony?
It's possible the testing could be done, but I don't know where that would be.
Now, there was some discussion of child locks. Are child locks 100% child proof?
I'm not a product expert, don't know. I would guess not, but given the resourcefulness of children, but I don't know.
And you testified that we don't know when the alprazolam was ingested. Is that fair?
No, and we also don't know if it came from a bottle.
And we don't know if it was ingested multiple times, perhaps?
We don't. I mean, what we have is a single level in a blood sample that's not terribly helpful in terms of interpretation. We know that he has Xanax in his system, but that one level, even if it was a good, femoral blood sample, we don't know whether that represents one ingestion, multiple ingestions over time. There's not a way to know that from that single level. That's just a snapshot of what's going on in his blood at the time of his death.
And does the evidence support that there could have been initially a lower dose administered and then a later higher dose that was ingested?
That's possible.
And is it also possible that the child suffered a concussion and the effects of that, and then later ingested alprazolam?
Also possible, yes.
Now, there was some discussion about the types of forces and mechanisms that can lead to the liver laceration. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it be something that could be caused by a strong and angry man who can inflict those injuries?
Certainly that's possible.
And there was also some questions about whether you're getting paid to perform your job. Is it normal for people to get paid for their time?
Yes.
Okay, Jenny.
And doctor, are all of your opinions held to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes. And to me, what that means is, that within my understanding of the science and the medicine behind the things I've testified to, that these are reasonable conclusions.
And so your opinion remains that this was an undetermined death?
Yes.
I want to clarify, the prosecution keeps calling it lorazepam. It's alprazolam.
A forensic pathologist, you are not to opine on who did something, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're
That's
opining.
for the jury to determine, correct?
Correct.
So when you're asked to speculate on whether an adult man could do it, an adult woman could do it too, right?
Possible.
Right?
Yes.
That's not for you to decide, is it?
I mean, I don't have any way to know that. I can tell you that the injuries are consistent with an adult having caused them, but which adult, I don't know.
That's all I have. Thanks.
You ready? All right. Thank you.
Lorazepam is generic for Ativan, not Xanax. So the prosecution kept calling it lorazepam, and the defense, when he objected and said mischaracterization of the evidence, that's what he should have pressed that and said he keeps calling it the wrong
Let's take a little break.
thing.
And then we'll go into next testimony.
It's
So it's,
alprazolam. But the prosecution thinks he's being all big and bad, and he keeps saying the wrong drug. It's not lorazepam. Lorazepam is a different drug altogether. It's in the same family. It is a benzodiazepine, but it's also a downer, just like Xanax. It's for anxiety. It does the same thing, but it's not Xanax. So I think it's, if we're in court and we're in a trial, if we're going to say, if they're going to be so specific about everything everybody says, if he's going to be so specific about this doctor clarifying how he bills, then the prosecutor needs to use the right drug. He needs to say the right medication. So, just to clarify, the prosecution isn't even saying the right frickin' medication. They're not. He's so, yeah, he's so dead set on just winning and being right that he's not focused on the details. Obviously, because he's sitting there saying that they tested for prednisone. And then like having the gall to sit there and be like, are you sure about that? As you sit here under oath on the stand in court. I mean, he's a freaking medical examiner. I think he knows if that's something that anyone ever tests for. I'm pretty sure he would know if they test for freaking prednisone. Obviously, they test for big time things like control substances. I mean, they're not going to purposefully test for drugs like prednisone. So I think his big gotcha moment didn't happen. I do think, though, that the defense is contradicting themselves with the whole blunt force trauma stuff, because they're trying to act like the blunt force trauma, like she didn't do it, but then also at the same time they're dismissing it couldn't have been, it couldn't have been blunt force trauma, so that nixes Derek as well. So how can there be, he couldn't have died from blunt force trauma? Well, then I don't think that if he didn't die from blunt force trauma and he wasn't like, then who did it? So you can't eliminate Derek. I think it's sad. Derek's not going to be held accountable for this at all. and he still gets to raise the other kids or have contact with them and gets to keep them separated from her family altogether, which I don't know if that's a bad thing, but I think that it's just a sad situation all the way around that these kids are in. So, but now Josie is going to get back on the stand. I will say, though, there's a couple of things she said in her testimony yesterday. Remember, she did say, she did use the words that Alexavier was murdered. She also said and described Alexavier as cold and that she knew he was gone, which is contradictory to what this guy just said on the stand. He said that, and what the first responders said, that he was still warm and they were trying to save him. So that's very different from what she said. She said he was cold already and she knew he was gone. And it's almost like, and again, also remember, she didn't seem like, keep in mind those text messages that she was sending, she didn't seem like anything was really happening, even though she did send that one message that said, I have an emergency with my son. I'll, text you in a minute or whatever she said to that guy. But what didn't seem like that urgent. And then when she called 911, she just was like, hey, my son got into something, and she was very calm. She wasn't like it was urgent. And even on the body cam footage, she wasn't, again, not like, help him, how is he okay, none of that. So again, we don't know if she had already accepted the fact that he was gone, like she said on the stand, but she said he was cold. But the first responder guy said that he was still warm. So, but also keep in mind that all of these police officers have been saying something different on the stand than what has been in their body cam footage. Just like the guy who went and did the welfare check. I mean, on the body cam, he was all concerned about Alex. What happened? What was this gash on his head? How did he get that? What hurts on you? This, that, and the other. And then he gets on the stand and he was like, oh, well, that looked like it was healed from many days ago. So it's almost like they're separating themselves from what happened to him and don't want to be a part of the fact that they were literally just there in the house. So I think there's a lot of things that could be very easily explained. Yeah, she does but she really did cry. So a lot of people in the Law and Crime chat yesterday were talking about how she didn't cry at all when her kids were on the stand. That's not true. She was squalling when they were on the stand. When Brantley was on the stand, when Major was on the stand, she was crying. So everybody in the Law and Crime chat were just like, liar, liar. She wasn't crying, no emotion. That's not true. She was crying, and I felt for her because she has not seen her kids in 3 years, and I couldn't imagine how that must have felt. She was devastated. So and the Law and Crime chat was brutal. They were just beating her down, and I mean, I hate that for her. I do. But also, I don't think she should be having any more. Yeah, it was horrible in there, Jenny. It was horrible. I had to get out. They were so mean. And yeah, it was terrible. They stopped calling her. They call her Josie. It was rough. I mean, it's rough. So I feel for her. I do, but at the same time, I also don't think she should be in. She should. I just think she should be. The best place for her is probably where she should be. You know. I just feel for the kids. I feel like the kids should be, somewhere away from all of these people. I feel terrible. I think it's terrible that Derek's mom is in charge of women's shelter. What? What the? Like, how is it that she is in charge of a place that is supposed to be a safe haven for women that are looking for help? I mean, that's terrible. I just can't imagine. And the kids, like, that makes no sense to me. So I think that's really, really sad that she is an enabler of this type of behavior. So yeah, I think it's sad when women are in this kind of situation. Yeah, it's just really sad. Um I don't know. But I was up at like 3 o'clock in the morning this morning, and I was watching the Kouri Michelot story again, and there's so many similarities. Only she was living in this, so she was there to see it every day happen. So I feel like she was there. I don't think they're gonna go after Derek because uh they don't want to. I mean, they literally made a deal with the devil. And if if Derek was the one that did it, Josie uh she didn't speak up. I mean, she probably honestly didn't think that whatever Derek did to him in the bathroom was enough to. I mean, look at, my God, he broke his leg and they didn't take him to the hospital. I mean, think about it. Think, like Gwen said yesterday, look at the pain threshold of this child. Look at what they're used to suffering, that they didn't go to the hospital when he fell down a flight of stairs. So they literally were just like, "Oh, we'll doctor it on our own and see how it goes." I mean, that's the kind of life they lived. So they literally didn't think anything of it. So think about that. They didn't go to the hospital for the leg, and then till it got so bad, they were like, "Oh crap, we probably need to get this looked at." So whatever happened to him in the bathroom, if that happened, she probably thought the same thing. "Oh, he'll just come out. He'll be fine." Probably didn't think that his injuries were bad enough that he wouldn't wake up the next day. So they're not going to touch Derek. They literally, I can tell by the attitude of the prosecution, they have no intention of touching Derek. I mean, they dropped all of his charges just so he would get on the stand, and they're making him look like he's freaking Father of the Year. It's disgusting. absolutely disgusting. And they're trying to separate themselves. Like they're trying to make it look like the state did, you know, look at us. We went and did a welfare check and he was fine. Look, you know, look at everything we've done. Hey Mark, how are you? I don't know if you saw this morning, but the prosecution thought they were having a big gotcha moment and he looked like an idiot. As usual, but so Josie's up next. They had the doctor for the defense side come up. The defense is not doing well. This is not going well. But Josie's about to hit the stand again. The defense will finish her. And then the prosecutor is going to go in there and demolish her. I'm going to tell what I've told everyone else. The prosecutor is saying the wrong medication. He keeps calling it lorazepam instead of alprazolam, which is incorrect. Lorazepam is Ativan. Alprazolam is Xanax. If they cannot get the correct medication, it's annoying me because they're, you know, wanting all these witnesses to say the exact correct thing when they can't even get the correct medication. It's really annoying. So the prosecution is just, and it would be also one thing if the prosecution was in it for Alexavier and wanted to really get justice for him, but they're just in it because, I don't know, because that guy has to wake up every day and look at his own face in the mirror. And be mad about that haircut. Or those glasses that LensCrafters told him looked good on him.
Okay, looks like everyone is present. Can we bring the jury in?
Judge, I do want to have a discussion on the record about what counsel had mentioned yesterday about opening the door to an impeachment topic.
I hope the defense says something.
Opportunity to review the police report. It's from 2019, and the question that I posed to Ms. Dikeman was whether or not she had ever received medication from Ted Colkind. Her response was no. The police report from 2019, of which Ms. Dikeman was not prosecuted or convicted of any count, is from it's from Deputy Pam Bedhauser, indicating that Ms. Dikeman had talked to Ted about possibly buying some of his pain medication. There was an apparent meeting time discussed, but no evidence that there was actually a transaction. And my understanding is that that's what Mr. Colkind would say as well. I don't know that that's opening the door, and I would ask the court to prohibit cross-examination on that topic.
Counsel?
I think the report is very different. I think she actually admits to buying pills from him. Oxycodone pills that she originally had an addiction to in 2011 to 2013. Pills that she said when she was on the stand, she graduated from drug treatment court and has never used again since then, or not used without a valid prescription. And her very specific statement, I believe in the reports, is that she admits to buying oxycodone pills from Ted Colkind.
The defense tried to do an objection saying that the prosecution was misstating the evidence. I don't think anyone caught what he was trying to say. I'm hoping he was trying to say that the prosecution was misstating.
Obviously, I'm letting you take a look at the report.
Judge,
The
this
medication,
is all that we have, and I'll put it in the record here if you want.
but he kept calling it lorazepam. It's really
a follow-up
frustrating.
report from Deputy Bedhauser, who I'm not sure if she's still with the Sheriff's Department or not. From from September 9th of 2019. It's a single paragraph where she says she made contact with Josie that indicated that Ted had previously offered her some medications. She showed Deputy Bedhauser a conversation between she and Ted from July 15th in which she inquired about having some of the medications. Ted replied, "Sure, no problem." When she asked him how much money she had to give him for them, he said $1 million, and then it included a time to exchange the pills, but there's no indication that that exchange actually took place.
That's in the report that it
Yes.
says, it says no indication.
No, it does not. It does not. Oh, well. Yeah, she indicated recontact with Ted Colkind, returned to Ted's residence, gave his oxycodone and OxyContin medication back to him, along with Jeep keys, asked if he had previously provided Josie with some of his prescription medications. Mr. Colkind told her that he did not remember and did not remember their text conversation, said that when she mentioned how he joked about the price of the medication being $1 million, Mr. Colkind was just kidding about that.
All right. I don't think, if that's the response, he's not saying that he actually exchanged it. And obviously $1 million was a joke. I think the state would think that is true.
I think his reference to it costing $1 million for the drug transaction is a joke. I agree with that. I don't think he's saying that the rest of that didn't happen or that the whole thing was a joke. And when she's being interviewed, she very clearly is telling law enforcement she's seeking this medication from him. She's asking, "Can I have your OxyContin?" That's drug-seeking behavior of a prescription medication that is not her prescription, which goes directly against what she testified to on the stand.
She testified that she did not take. She has not taken.
She has not received medication from Ted Colkind. She's admitted that she's received medication from her mother. We've acknowledged that. But specific to Mr. Colkind, no.
All right. I don't believe it's opened the door. We'll go from there. Okay.
Judge, if I get further clarification from that sergeant that says she actually admitted to the transaction.
Oh
It's
my
not in
God.
any report
Yes,
from
it's a-
2019 situation. No, we're moving on. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Can we have any more? I just want to have
Just
more
for the
character
record, I wanna
assassination.
note that there's no evidence that there was an actual drug transaction with the text messages they introduced with regards to Mr. Pedrin. And this is the
Okay.
exact.
The jury coming in.
Jury.
Your Honor, we want to have more character assassination. Evidence, please. Our case is weak, Your Honor.
Like, could you pull my legal pad from yesterday? I was using it.
We have nothing but things to just throw at her and make her look like a horrible person. That's our entire case. Everyone hates her. That's what this whole trial is about. Never mind. A little boy died, and we don't know how or why, or who really did it.
All right, everybody may be seated. We're going to continue with the testimony of Ms. Dikeman. Ms. Dikeman, why don't we have you come up and we'll have you re-sworn, have you take the stand.
You solemnly swear the testimony given this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh, thank God she's wearing long sleeves today. I mean, I love my tattoos, but if I worked in a courtroom, I would not wear sleeveless shirts to my job. I just don't understand this whole
Go ahead.
lack of respect for a courtroom.
See, I want to start back in the days leading up to Alex's death. Were there ever times when you reached out to Derek's mom for help controlling him?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I was scared to call the police, so I thought I could call his mom.
All right, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as Exhibit 312. So this does this appear to be a Facebook exchange between you and Mrs. McCormick?
Yes.
And for the record, the top entry is dated UTC February 1st of 2023, 9:17 and 4 seconds UTC, which would be about 3:17 a.m. on the 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
Josie, did you ask Ms. McCormick if she was awake?
I did.
And did you tell her why you needed her help?
Yes.
What did you tell her? Sorry.
Are we entering this?
I said, sorry, he's been drinking a lot and I'm not sure what to do.
Offer 312.
Any objection?
No.
Well, she already read it.
Josie, was that the same day that you sent Derek the text where you said that you were too scared to even go to sleep?
Yes.
Was Derek's behavior out of control at that point?
Yes.
Was his mom ever able to calm him down or have him behave normally in the house?
No.
Did Derek's behavior continue to be violent and erratic from the date of that Facebook exchange on February 1st up until Alex's death 10 days later?
Yes, it did.
Bless you. Did Derek ever leave bruises on your arms?
Yes.
What generally would cause those bruises that you're aware of, Josie?
I feel like I always had bruises on my arms from him grabbing me.
Okay, so he demonstrated that on me yesterday. Would he grab you by the arms or by the biceps?
Yes.
What would he do when he grabbed you by the arms or the biceps?
He would pin me to the wall or pin me down to the bed.
And I'm not going to redisplay the photograph, but do you remember the photo of Alex's arm with the bruises on it?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how Alex would have gotten those bruises on his arm?
He would grab him by the arms, drag him around.
So, Josie, in some of those videos that we saw earlier, is it fair to say that you would yell at him too?
At Derek?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that something you're proud of?
No.
Were there points in time in your relationship where you felt like you had the strength to speak up against him?
There was points where I didn't. There was points where I tried talking, and then there was points where I escalated and I would yell.
Was that ever a good excuse for Derek to hit you?
No.
Would the kids sometimes see this arguing between the two of you?
They've seen it a lot.
Josie, are you claiming in any respect that you always behaved perfectly towards Derek?
I didn't.
Now, since you've been arrested and charged, where are Brantley and Araya living?
Brantley and Araya are with Derek.
Have any idea what Derek or members of his family are saying to Brantley and Araya?
I have a lot of ideas.
You don't, since you're not there, do you know?
No.
I want to talk a little bit about that video of Brantley that was shown at the beginning of this case where he came in and said, Dad hit me on the head, and he goes like this. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you telling Brantley to make that up?
Absolutely not.
What do you remember? Did Brantley come in and report this to you?
Yes, Brantley had accidentally knocked the TV down in the room. they were jumping on the bed, watching TV. And Derek hit him over the head.
Was that an example of Derek telling the kids what to say to the authorities when he said that mom's lying?
Yes, he always said that.
Did you see that video of Derek questioning Brantley in the bathroom?
I did.
How did Brantley look to you in that video?
He looked scared.
You recognize that look on your little boy when he was making those statements?
Yes,
And was that normal for Derek to do, to question the kids, to get them to say what he wanted them to say?
I seen it a lot with Brantley and Alex, where he would hold the phone over their face and record them and tell them what to say.
So he'd stand over them with his telephone and record them saying what he wanted them to say?
Yes.
Josie, I want to talk to you a little bit about your interactions with Alex, and I'm going to play a relatively mundane experience from after Alex broke his leg. Would you ever take Alex with you shopping when you went to Walmart or grocery stores or anything?
Yes, a lot.
Is that because you did the majority of the shopping for the house?
I did.
And if we can get the Elmo up, please.
Elmo. I love Elmo.
Judge, these will be going on defense exhibit 203. The video is labeled 48 Josie entrance 12723 1247.avi. This is a material that was provided to us in Criminal Discovery. The video is, this one is, I believe, 27 seconds. Offer the exhibit and move to publish.
Objection.
Received, publish.
They're probably not going to show it to us.
Okay.
Hey, China.
Josie, did you have a chance to
She
see
just
that
got back
video
on here.
January 27th at Walmart?
Yes, I did.
Was that you pushing the two kids in the grocery cart?
Yes.
Who were the kids in the grocery cart?
Alex and Araya.
And it looked like they had a bag of food open. Is that right?
Yes.
What food was that?
Pringles or snacks. I don't know.
Like Ritz crackers, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Why would you have gotten a bag of food out for Alex?
Because it keeps shopping, makes them hungry. It keeps them occupied.
Okay. Was that something that you did pretty commonly for the kids when you took them to the store for shopping?
Yes.
And it looked like Alex and Araya were smiling in that video. Is that right?
Yes.
Were they generally happy to go shopping with you?
Yes, and sometimes they would help me because all the colors and all the activity overwhelms my brain at the store, and I'd make it a game to where I'd look up items that I was getting on my phone and they would help point it out. And after they helped me at the store, they'd get a treat.
Okay. Was that pretty regular for you?
Yes.
So Alex is riding in the cart. Why is Alex riding in the cart?
He had a broken leg.
How'd you get him into the cart?
I carried him. Or no, he had his walker.
Okay. And you helped lift him into the cart?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the second video here at the Tik Tok.
I hate grocery shopping. I hate going shopping.
Judge, the video is labeled 49 Josie transaction 12723 1300.avi, which I would stipulate means 1 o'clock p.m. We'll be adding this to 203. Offer the exhibit, move to publish.
Objection.
Okay, received, publish.
I've turned into such a introvert homebody. It's ridiculous. Now I get out in public and I just turn all retarded. Yeah, I get all socially awkward. Get out around people and I'm like, yeah, Mike does everything. He does literally everything. Works all day, comes home, cooks. He does all the grocery shopping on his day off. I'm so spoiled. It's ridiculous. Oh, I've not been to a Walmart. We would never go to Walmart. Thank God for Texas. We got HEB. I wouldn't step foot in a Walmart to save my life. There'd have to be an apocalypse happen for me to go into a Walmart. Oh my goodness. I could not imagine going to a Walmart. I mean, seriously, that's the reason why we don't leave Texas is because there's no HEBs anywhere. HEB is like the greatest store on earth. And I don't even go there because I don't go shopping. But I couldn't imagine a world without HEB. I don't know what video we're watching right now or they're watching. HEB, the Heb. You ain't never been to a Heb, China. You got to go to the HEB. Y'all won't ever get one of those because it's only Texas. It's only in Texas. It's a Texas grocery store. Okay, for seriously, you want to know? Harry E. Butts. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. That's the owner's name, Harry E. Butts. You can't even get Factor out there? Factor's good. Yeah, HEB is awesome. But see, now Buc-ee's is expanded out of Texas, and Buc-ee's was a Texas thing. Y'all might get you a Buc-ee's where you're at, China. They put one in Alabama, and they love it. Oh my gosh, they got that Buc-ee's out there, boy. They love that thing. I don't know what video we're watching. I don't know where they're watching that we're not getting to watch. Gwen, I don't know what this whole cooking from scratch stuff is. I don't understand that. Oh, okay. Girl, you're gonna have to, girl, when you go to Buc-ee's, you're gonna be like, holy moly bajoli. That place, that thing has like, it's gonna have like 100 pumps. You're gonna go in there. It's gonna be like shopping at a Walmart, but it's a Buc-ee's. It's insane. Girl, get the brisket. Get the brisket. You're gonna be so excited. I can't live like that. I would die in an apocalypse. I would just die. I would just be left for the zombies. I've already told Mike he just have to like take me out. Just go ahead and take me out. Oh, you've been to a Buc-ee's. Oh, you've seen things then. You've got out in the real world, China. You've seen stuff and things. I go to a Buc-ee's and I just get the brisket sandwich and get the hell out. I go to the bathroom. The bathrooms are so nice and clean. I get the brisket sandwich and just get out. I can't.
Were you able to see that video, Josie?
Yes,
And before we go any further, were you able to see the Ritz cracker logo on the bag when it was in the?
yes,
So,
Ugh.
looks like it's checkout time, and looks like you were struggling a little bit with the scanner at the checkout line.
yes,
And I noticed that you bought some Red Bull. Is that correct?
yes,
Did you and Derek drink a lot of Red Bull?
I did.
But what's happening with the sucker? It looks like Araya comes over and has a sucker in her hand.
Yeah, she ran and got a sucker, and I made her go back and get one for Alex.
Is that why there were two suckers?
Yes.
Do we actually see Alex get his sucker?
Yeah, she went and gave it to him, and then he handed it back to me to open it, and I told him to wait until we get to the van.
Why did you insist that Alex get a sucker as well as Araya?
Because whatever she got, whatever one kid got, they all got.
Looked like the kids were happy and playing at the checkout line. Is
Yes,
that a normal experience for you with Alex and Araya?
yes,
Josie, I want to talk to you a little bit about the forensic interviews, and I'm going to ask you if you agree with what was said.
40
What was your
minutes.
reaction to Brantley claiming Alex?
that was something that they did, they all did, they seen Derek do.
Did you kick Alex?
No, I did not.
Did you ever joke with the kids about discipline that you would do if they misbehaved?
I mean, when several times I'd ask them, to settle down or quit roughhousing or stop jumping on the couch, or I'd say, do you want your butt spanked? But I'd never do it. And that's why they kept roughhousing and didn't listen, because they knew I'd never do it.
Did you say it in a joking tone?
Yes,
They didn't have to go pick out a
Josie,
switch.
I can't believe I have to ask you this, but did you keep poisonous water in the drain of your shower?
no,
You aware of any poisonous water at home?
no,
Did you have a secret door in Zayden's room that contained diamonds, guns, and a paddle to hit the kids with?
no,
Was there any, other than maybe the cubby hole upstairs, was there ever any secret door?
no, and that was never Zayden's room.
Was there ever any diamonds?
No,
Was there ever any paddle?
no,
How about guns?
no, I don't like guns.
Josie, did you make Alex pick up dog poop on his broken leg?
Never,
And
no,
did you ever make him pick up dog poop on his broken leg?
no,
Let's clear the air right now on Wayne Colkind. Did he stay overnight for a period of time at your home?
yes, there was a really bad winter. It was really, really cold out, and he was sleeping outside, and it was a couple days that he stayed in our basement.
Couple days, meaning 2.
Yes,
Was that close in time to the time frame that Alex died?
it was before, way before.
Did Wayne have a dog?
Yes,
What happened with the dog's poop?
I made him pick it up. I told him if he had the dog there, he had to clean up after it, because I didn't want the kids stepping in it.
Did he clean the dog poop up?
Yes,
Did the dog ever poop inside?
no,
Now, did Brantley have an active imagination?
he did, a very active imagination.
You guys tell each other stories or come up with silly stories to tell each other?
Yes, him and Alex and Araya.
Was it common for him to come up with stories that involve things like poison and diamonds and other things that you know to be untrue?
Yes.
Sting.
Let's talk a little bit about Major. We've heard a little bit about this already, bless you. But just describe your relationship generally with Mark.
We did not get along.
Did you have to go to court with Mark?
Several times. There was constant custody battles.
At some point before Alex died, were you given sole custody of Major?
Yes, I was.
And was that a source of anger or resentment between you and Mark?
It was not. It was because Major came to my house with a phone from Mark.
Oh, we can't go into that. But was Mark upset with you because of you getting custody of Major?
He was very upset with me.
Who took Major after Alex died?
Right after I found Alex on the floor, my mom was on the way to drop off Major to his dad's when I had called her. And after that, he kept Major. He didn't drop him back off.
So he went to Mark's family effectively?
Yes, and Mark was having supervised visits at the time, but he didn't bring him back because he seen all the ambulance and everything at the house.
So when Major said that he saw you kicking Alex, did that happen?
No,
Did you ever see Major doing any of the things to Alex that he attributed to you?
yes, Major was very mean to Alex.
Explain that a little bit.
Major had very violent issues, and I was taking him to counseling for that.
I'm gonna object to this.
Overruled.
Did you ever see him kicking Alex?
I did.
How about choking?
I have seen him choke Alex.
Is that something that you felt was appropriate when Major was doing that?
Absolutely not. I was trying to get him help.
Is that why you took him to see the Mr. Ryland?
Yes, and Major was very upset with me for that.
So, Josie, I'm going to ask you, do you claim at all to be the perfect parent to these kids before your arrest?
I was not the perfect parent, but I tried to show them love.
Do you claim to be the perfect partner to Derek during these?
No, I wasn't.
Do you agree that you struggled to keep up with keeping the house tidy?
Absolutely, I did.
Do you agree that you and Derek struggled with the kids' attendance?
Yes,
Are you willing to acknowledge your own flaws as a parent and a partner as you sit here today?
absolutely.
You make any excuses for them?
No,
Leading up to your arrest on May 19th, were you aware at that time that you were a suspect in Alex's death?
I knew I was. I had been told I was.
Who told you that?
Detectives and CPS.
Did Derek talk about it as well?
Yes,
How did you react, Josie, when you were arrested for Alex's death?
I was in shock. I didn't understand
What didn't you understand?
why I was being arrested for something I didn't do.
Were you trying to forget elements of those days leading up to Alex's death at all?
I was not trying to.
Was it something that you felt comfortable thinking about, remembering Alex's death?
No, my brain is, with all the trauma I've taught myself, it has trained itself to shut down and in trauma events block out the trauma to protect itself.
Have you had some time since this whole matter started 3 years ago to begin putting the pieces together?
Yes,
When did you learn the official cause of death for Alex?
when I was arrested in a jail cell.
And before that point, did you know the full extent of Alex's Xanax levels or his injuries?
I did not,
Do you believe that Alex had a good life?
not with his father.
Had you hit, harmed, choked, or physically assaulted Alex in any way on February 10th before he died?
No,
Was this something that you ever did to him?
no,
You feel like you would have even been physically capable of doing this in that time frame?
no, and my heart would never do that. I loved him with all my heart.
Who was the only person that you noticed hurting Alex on February 10th?
His father, Derek Pedron.
Who was the only person on February 10th that you saw in possession of Xanax?
His father, Derek Pedron.
Ever give Xanax or something you believe to be Xanax to Alex?
No,
Did you kill Alex, Josie?
no.
How do you feel about Alex right now?
I miss him every single day and I love him with all my heart.
That's all the questions I have.
Ross?
Woo!
I'm gonna start with where council left off.
Damn!
You found out about the cause of death for Alex the day that you were charged, correct?
Yes,
You had the criminal complaint that told you all the injuries that Alex had.
yes,
You also had the toxicology results, correct?
I believe so.
Who's the first person that you called from the jail after you were arrested?
My children.
The first person that you called was Derek Pedron, isn't
My-
that right?
Yes, my children were with him.
And the first person that you called after finding out all this information was Derek Pedron, and you told him you loved him, didn't you?
I did.
You told him you loved him multiple times on that call, isn't that right?
Yes,
At the end of that call, you actually asked him, why aren't you saying you loved me back, right?
I don't recall.
You wanted him to say that he loved you too, right?
I don't remember the exact words.
You told him on that call, you got what you wanted, I'm charged, right?
Yes, because
No, that, it's a yes or no answer. They can clarify with you, okay?
yes,
Now, when you said you got what you wanted, never once on this jail phone call did you say, Derek, you're the one that did this.
Objection, comment on silence. Represented.
It's on a jail phone call and it's before.
Okay. Overruled.
no, I did not.
Never once did you say, Derek, you got me into this trouble, right?
No,
Never once did you say, Derek, you caused abuse to Alex on the evening of February 10th, right?
no,
Never once did you say, Derek, you're the one that brought Xanax into this house. You never said that either, did you?
no.
This is after you had all the information and you are sitting in jail knowing that you've been charged with these offenses. You call Derek Pedron, first person you reach out to.
My kids were on the phone.
And you asked Derek if he's going to allow you to talk to the children after he knew that you had been charged, right?
My kids were on the phone, yes.
The kids were on the phone because Derek said he would allow you to talk to the children. Isn't that right?
He didn't clarify if I could continue to talk to my children.
He allowed you on those phone calls to talk to your children, correct? You talked to your children.
Yes. That was the last time.
And you couldn't talk to your children anymore because of other court proceedings, right? It wasn't Derek preventing the contact.
He said I manipulated them on that phone call because I
You
asked if
manipulated
they
them?
were safe. Yes,
Now, you prepared for your testimony with your attorneys, is that right?
I seen my attorneys. Yes,
They prepared you for testifying in court, correct?
I practiced. Yes,
You practiced. Attorney Zacher always has a very nice binder with all of his questions in an order in which he's going to ask them, isn't that right?
yes,
And you knew the order because he went over those questions with you before you came into this courtroom, isn't that right?
I did not know the order.
He used that binder when he asked you the questions when you were practicing, right?
Yes,
And how many times did you practice with Attorney Zacher? Was it one time? Was it more than one time? Many times?
it was every week.
It was every week.
Yes,
Every week since 2023, since you've been charged, you've been practicing with Attorney Zachar for the moment that we saw yesterday and today.
Not, I wouldn't say every week since when?
Since he's been on the case.
No.
You practiced quite a few times with him.
Yeah,
You rehearsed quite a
multiple
few times.
times. Yeah, I was scared. I was nervous.
Over 10 times.
With my brain injury, I needed to.
Over 20 times.
I don't know the exact number.
It's quite a few, isn't it?
There's multiple times.
And so you knew the general order of the questions that were going to be asked of you, isn't that right?
It's the truth, yeah.
This past weekend was Mother's Day, isn't that right?
Yes,
The day where we celebrate the women in our lives that put children first, correct?
mothers who have children.
Yeah, sustained. Not sure how that has anything to do with it.
In 2011, you failed Haley, isn't that right?
I did,
In 2013, you failed Haley, isn't that right?
yes,
And in 2011, when you failed Haley, you said she fell down the stairs leading to a traumatic brain injury, isn't that right?
she did.
And there was no safety gate in the house, correct?
It was broken.
It was broken. You didn't get another one, correct?
I believe I did.
You believe you did.
Yes,
And you
I
weren't
did.
using it?
I did.
You did. Then it wasn't being used by you.
Yes, it was.
It was being used?
Yes,
So she fell through a safety gate, according to you?
I'm saying after that.
After that, you got a safety gate. Okay. And that's a failure on your part as well as Mr. Barnes, isn't that right?
Yes,
The fall occurred when only you and Haley were home?
yes,
And other than Haley, who was not able to talk at the time, you're the only person that can say what happened to Haley, isn't that right?
yes,
In 2013, you failed Haley again, didn't you?
I neglected her, yes.
She went from the 80th percentile in weight to the less than 6th percentile while in your care.
In our care,
You're in Mr. Barnes' care.
yes,
You're both responsible.
yes,
You both failed her.
yes,
She was losing hair.
he was.
She was injured with a broken bone in her foot.
It was undated when that happened.
I didn't say that. I said she had a broken bone in her foot. You agree with that?
A healed broken bone.
Her leg was swelling to the point that your own mother took her in, right?
Yes,
Because she couldn't walk.
I don't know if she couldn't walk.
You were a caretaker for her at the time.
Yes, that was several years ago.
You talked about on direct examination yesterday, the fact that Mr. Barnes was not working and you were working during that time frame, correct? You remember that testimony?
Yes,
You were working less than 5 hours a week.
I
correct?
picked up shifts when I could. It varied.
The evidence is that you were working less than 5 hours a week.
It
on average.
depended on the week.
But for the most part, you were working less than 5 hours a week.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's an answer.
It's not answering the question.
The answer said it varies.
Sustained.
You can't even get the drug right.
You spent most of the day yesterday, roughly about 5 to 6 hours, talking about Derek, correct?
I don't recall how long.
A lot of your testimony has dealt with Derek and Derek's violence, isn't that right?
Yes,
Perhaps not even the last hour of your testimony talked about Alex and the last moments of Alex's life, isn't that right?
I did.
I'm going to object to mischaracterizing. I think we brought that up well before the last hour.
The jury knows, they have their notes.
You know, move on. That's been asked and answered. Go ahead.
You would agree with me that the vast majority of your testimony has been talking about Mr. Pedron.
You asked us already. Move on.
I want to talk to you a little bit.
Gosh. I feel like they should have those inflatable bats and just
The dirty underwear in the bathtub, correct?
Yes,
And you said that if you see the dirty underwear, you throw it away immediately.
I do.
You throw it away immediately. You're not going to deal with it again, right?
No,
Okay. And you attributed the dirty underwear to Mr. Pedron, isn't that right?
yes, he,
You also said that there was a bottle related to urine in the same bathtub, isn't that right?
yes,
Okay. And you also attributed that to Mr. Pedron, isn't that right?
yes,
We saw on body cam when law enforcement arrived, you were wearing black pants and a red sweatshirt, isn't that right?
yes.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Are these already admitted or which exhibits?
Yes, they're already admitted.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He is
Exhibit number 8.
mean.
This is the bathtub, correct?
Yes,
This is the dirty underwear,
yes,
and this is the bottle you were talking about? down here?
yes,
That's what you're talking about, right?
yes,
Okay. And you attribute those things to Mr. Pedron?
yes,
Okay. And you're sure about that as you sit there today?
yes,
Okay. State's exhibit, excuse me, this is defense exhibit 254. What are you wearing in this?
a robe,
A robe, correct?
yes.
A bathrobe, correct?
I used it every day, every night.
When you were texting with Raphael at approximately 9 p.m., you said, I just took a shower.
I believe I said I was going to take a shower.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not sure. I thought that's
If your
what I
text
said.
message said, I just took a shower, then you would be mistaken. Isn't that right?
Can you show me?
Yes, I can. Now, let me just ask you this question. You would not take a shower in a tub with dirty underwear in it, right?
Absolutely not.
You would not take a shower with a bottle that had urine of your child in it either, correct?
No,
If there's a time differentiation of about a half an hour when you stop texting with Raphael, and then after that you return and you say, I just took a shower, that would be consistent with you taking a shower, isn't that right?
I don't believe I did take a shower because there was dirty underwear in there and I didn't want to clean the tub. I didn't feel good.
Why would you tell Raphael you took a shower if you didn't take a shower?
I was flirting with him.
And you have a bathrobe on consistent with taking a shower.
I never used my bathrobe after I took a shower. I used towels. I used my bathrobe to stay warm. I didn't feel good. I still use a bathrobe in the house, walking around.
We call it a house coat in Alabama. I don't know what y'all call it where you're from, but we call it a house coat.
State Exhibit 146. I'm showing you page 12. Can you read this message from you to Raphael?
Yes, it says, I just took a shower.
I just took a shower, meaning you just took a shower.
Yes,
That's what you message him.
it
And
is.
you would not take a shower in a bathtub with dirty underwear or that bottle, correct?
Right, meaning I did not take a shower.
You just told him you just took a shower.
Right,
Those are your words.
yes,
So are you lying to him about it?
I
Are
was.
you making it up now because it doesn't fit what you told this jury yesterday?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
You told this jury yesterday that the dirty underwear were from Mr. Pedron, the bottle is from Mr. Pedron, correct?
Right,
And you
it
told this
was.
jury yesterday that you would not stand for underwear, dirty underwear, or that bottle being in the shower. You would get rid of it immediately.
If I was changing a child, I would get rid of it. I didn't feel good that day and I did not want to deal with the dirty underwear and cleaning that shower.
The shower isn't just one message with Raphael. You guys talk about a shower quite a bit, isn't it?
I don't remember.
Because Raphael says to you when you're talking about the shower, he says, I want to shower with you.
Yes,
And then you continue on having a conversation with Raphael about how many dates it will take before you have sex with Raphael or shower with him. Isn't that right?
yes.
And you say it's going to be at least 4 dates.
Objection, relevance.
Sustain, I'm not sure. The shower thing is relevant.
The
Overruled.
sexual activity is not.
Sexual,
It's context, Judge. These are her statements.
okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, but move on. Is there more?
Yes.
Yes.
I did not take a shower that day.
You're telling us today you did not take a shower, even though your words that day say you did.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Because that one fit with what you told this jury already.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
I didn't tell them I took a shower.
No, your messages did.
Right.
Man, he is.
You're the one that changed Alexavier that evening, correct?
No. I
Put
put,
him in his pajamas.
I didn't change him. I put pajamas on him because Derek did not.
You put pajamas on him.
Yes.
Those were fresh pajamas and clean pajamas, correct?
They were what I found in a pile.
They were what you found in a pile?
Yes.
You inspected those pajamas?
I did not. I did not feel good. I grabbed pajamas and put them on him.
You're aware that in the bedroom where Alexavier and you went to sleep on the evening of February 10th, 2023, there is an empty container of cotton candy.
There,
Characterizing his bedroom.
She says it's her bedroom. How is this mischaracterizing it?
In the kitchen in the photographs.
It's not.
Oh,
there may have been another.
I need you to go back and fix the recipe.
147, it's right there.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had testimony on it, but yeah.
It's been marked as 147. This is your bedroom, right?
Yes.
You see an empty container of cotton candy right next to your white.
I do. I don't know what color it was. There was pink, there was blue. I don't know what color that one was.
You don't know what it was, pink or blue?
Right.
The label would indicate that's both, right?
No, it doesn't.
Are you familiar with that brand?
At the bottom, it looks pink.
It looks pink.
Looks like there's still some in there. It looks pink at the bottom.
I've never
There's
had
cotton
groceries
candy.
delivered.
Remnants all over the floor of that bedroom, isn't that right?
We don't know what that was.
You don't know what it was?
No, we don't know what that blue substance was.
It's all over in different spots in the carpeting, isn't that right?
We don't know if that's cotton candy.
There's a blue substance all over the floor, in the carpeting, in the floor of your bedroom, correct?
We also played with Play-Doh and we had magic sand.
I understand you're saying it's not cotton candy. There's a blue substance all over your floor in your bedroom, correct?
There was, but we don't know what it was.
You don't know what it was.
Neither do you.
Oh!
There's also a blue substance on his pants, correct?
Yes.
Consistent with him getting into whatever blue substance is on the floor and in your bedroom, isn't that right?
Objection, argumentative, speculation.
Yeah.
Overruled.
That blue substance could have came from something they ate another day.
It came from another day. It also could have come from when he was only with you, right?
We don't know.
We don't know. We would know if you kept a better eye on him, wouldn't we?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
Yeah. Oh,
It's your
shit.
job to watch him 24 hours while he has this broken leg, correct?
Objection, speculation, argumentative.
She said it.
Overruled.
We were sleeping.
You're supposed to keep 24-hour supervision on Alexavier with his broken leg.
He was in my bed and we went to sleep.
My question is, were you supposed to keep 24-hour supervision on him?
I was, and he was in my bed.
Oh.
He got to your bed because you moved him from the couch that he was on to the bed. Is that right?
Yes, I wanted him closer.
And the path that you would take to move him from the couch in your bed to the side of the bed that you put him asleep on, would take you right past any objects that would be on the floor.
There was a lot of objects on the floor, yeah.
There was an open path, though, where you could walk and put him on the bed, right?
I don't know about open. There was a lot of stuff on the floor.
There's a lot of stuff on the floor. I'm asking the detective, Sergeant, investigative sergeant.
Ugh. I don't know why it's skipping. He is just nasty. I mean, nasty.
Judge, I'll note for the record that it appears that the state is applying forensic protocol here, and that Sergeant Amundsen has placed a sheet of evidence paper on the floor and appears to be reopened exhibit with fresh gloves.
Okay, come on, Meow. You did not correct him saying lorazepam. This is really irritating me. I would really like to see the transcript of this.
I would note that the bag that was reopened, the chap's bag, appeared to strike the side of the wooden paneling of the court's raised bench area.
Now you just sat the bag on the courtroom floor.
Record to reflect that State's Exhibit 110 is now on the floor in front of the defendant. It's in between the court reporter station and the jury box. Do you see the bag on the floor?
Yes.
That's the bag that was on the floor on the morning of February 11, 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly where it was.
You don't remember where it was.
Not exactly where it was, no.
You didn't move it between the time that you called 911 and law enforcement arrived on scene, correct?
No.
All right, so it would, wherever law enforcement found it, that's where it was, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that it was photographed and captured on the floor next to the bed, correct?
Yes. I mean, wherever they photographed it, or wherever they found it.
I want you to look at the size of the bag that's in front of you.
See it?
That bag, you're saying that was out the evening of February 10th, 2023, when you took Alexavier from the couch, would have had to move past this bag and put him on the bed. You're telling us you would never have noticed this bag on the floor.
I didn't.
You didn't.
No.
You didn't because it wasn't there, right?
It was wherever they found it. I
That
mean,
morning
there
it when you
was,
found it.
I had plenty of, if I would have seen it in my walkway, then I would have seen it.
If you
It
would have
was
seen
not
it
in
done-
my walkway.
You gotta
I'm sorry, I
sure
didn't
answer
understand.
the question, then ask your question.
Judge, for the record, the bag is placed horizontally facing towards Ms. Dikeman, not vertically. The width of the bag is at its widest.
That's fine.
Do you have a picture of where it was placed? Then I can better tell you.
It was admitted into evidence. I don't have it in front of me right now. We can
Well,
cover
that doesn't help me then.
This bag is noticeable on the floor right now as we sit here, right?
I need to see where it was.
My question is this noticeable right now on the floor as we see it right now? Yes or no?
I
That's a
need-
yes or no.
I need to know what's in the room.
Ask if we can get the picture. Because it's captured on body cam, so I'll cover that a little bit later.
Judge, I'll agree with that. There was a photograph of the bag where it was found, if that helps move this along.
Yeah, could you tell me which photograph it is?
No, it was one of the state's exhibits.
Come back to it. I want to talk to you about the timeline of that evening into the next day, okay? Derek makes a phone call to you at 5:19 p.m. before he arrives home, isn't that right?
Before he arrives home from work?
Yes, 5:19 p.m. Derek calls you.
Okay,
You guys talk for approximately 5 minutes.
okay.
You agree that Derek got home around 5:30 in the evening, is that fair?
I believe so.
Okay, tell us exactly what Derek did when he first walked in the door.
You went by Alex?
You went in by Alex
Yes.
and did,
I was not in there, but I know he went in right in my room.
you went right into your room right by Alex.
Yes.
Then what happened?
Then he had, I went upstairs by Jalen and I heard noises. For sure. So I waited and I was talking to Jalen. And then I heard him again and I came back downstairs.
So if
And
you heard noises, safe to presume that Jalen would have heard those same noises. She was right next to you.
I'm not Jalen, I don't know.
She was near you though, correct?
She was.
And describe the noises that you say that you heard and you're not sure if Jalen heard or not.
I heard screaming.
Screaming.
Yes.
It was screaming so loud you could hear it upstairs.
Yeah. Jalen had her music on YouTube and I still heard it.
So Jalen would have heard these screams too.
I can't say what Jalen heard.
It was so loud you could hear it over Jalen's music.
I heard it.
Major was downstairs, correct?
Yes,
Major was in his bedroom, correct?
he was.
Major was in his bedroom right next to the bathroom, correct?
He was.
And the screams that you say you heard upstairs in the second floor were loud enough to hear throughout the house. That far away.
I heard it upstairs.
Okay. And so if you could hear it, presumably Major certainly could have heard it.
All the domestic violence that happened in that house, Major was always in his room and he never came out. He would avoid it.
That wasn't my question. My question was, Major would have heard it if you could have heard it upstairs.
I'm not Major.
Sustain. She doesn't know.
Judge,
What-
can we get the forensic evidence off the floor?
Yep, it can be picked up, please. Unless you're gonna use it for some other reason.
No.
Yeah.
Judge,
Who's
do you wanna
gonna
take
pick
just
it
a
up?
5-minute break so I can be, otherwise,
I'm just like, we.
I
we
know,
can,
Mark.
maybe
So
talk
many
about
dang
things.
kids.
Yeah, let's take about a 5-10 minute break here. Let's say 10 after.
I mean, he came out swinging. He did not even
5 after, Judge, or 10?
like
10 after.
let a breath come in before he came out. It just like, okay, I really need them to put on the record the correct medication because this is annoying.
You may step down. All right, 10 after.
Are we still on the record? I just want to put the.
Hold on a
forensic-
second. Okay,
All right.
yeah, go ahead.
I observed Sergeant Amundsen place a new pair of gloves on his hands. He's now placing the chaps bag back into the previous evidence bag. My concern with this is that the bag was in the line of speaking of both Mr. Torbenson and Ms. Dikeman and potentially the jurors, where if there's going to be airborne contamination, it was right in that zone where that could happen.
Okay.
The
I'm
judge is
not too
like,
worried about that.
It's important to note this for the record, Judge, in case this ever needs to be tested.
I would just, then I think it's important to note my distance away from it, which is well over 6 feet. Studies show that it's extremely rare, if not possible, for DNA to travel over 6 feet.
Okay. We'll see you at 10 after.
Thank you.
oh my gosh, they are the pettiest of the petty. First of all, never mind that the bag was sitting on the floor of the courtroom. Never mind that that all the bottles were sitting on the witness stand with no paper underneath them. Never mind that one of those medications fell on the floor and a stranger picked it up and handed it to the detective the other day. So never mind that this is all contaminated already. This is ridiculous. This I just this I don't even know, like, oh yeah, I mean, well, in every trial that we see, whenever they open evidence, 9 times out of 10 it's contaminated. Anytime that they open it, most of the time they don't even use gloves because they just think now that it's at trial, they're not going to ever touch it again, which is BS. So I just think that's asinine. But the fact that they have not brought up the stupid man has said the wrong medication is really annoying. And I wonder what they said it put into the transcript. Because they haven't corrected it. They've gone back and corrected everything else, which is shocking that they haven't corrected that. I'm just shocked. But I'm really surprised. You know what? Have you seen the movie with Chris Pratt where he is in an AI court? I think it was it on Netflix? I can't remember. But it may get, I'm wondering if we're going to get to that point where we have AI courts, because I mean, you know, my husband always says all the time that we shouldn't put, I wouldn't trust 12 people. At least I don't even know if I would trust like 12 people nowadays, because people's brains are like, I don't think they have the capacity to think smartly or with a just a mindset of innocent until proven guilty, or with a clear thought process. I don't think people, because people are so these days so full of emotion. I don't know if people would look at evidence. I don't think people think that way anymore. Oh yeah. I mean, everything's done with AI these days. So I feel like nothing is real. I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. I mean, we've seen just on social media, it's insane how, I don't know how to make those AI videos. It's weird. I've seen, it's crazy. Yeah. I don't know how people do it, but you're supposed to be able to, like, I've even tried on like my video editing software to make an AI video. But it's wild because I can't recreate, like I wanted to recreate a crime scene video, but it won't let me. I don't know how it makes videos like movie trailers and stuff. Like I see movie trailers all the time, and they're fake. They're AI. I don't know how it does it, because I want to make like recreate a crime scene. Like I'm trying to redo Michael's case, and it won't let me do it because it's like, for whatever reason, it won't let you do certain things on the AI because it's too gory or whatever, but too descriptive. But yet it'll let people do these weird AI fake movie trailers. So I don't know how people get away with that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm doing the free version, but I don't know how you get past the description. Because like I try to put in what I want to make, what video I want to make, and it won't let me do the scene that I want to make, because I'm trying to recreate like Samantha's scene, and it won't let me do it. So I don't know. But I don't know if I would trust 12 people, my life in 12 people's hands right now, just based on what I see in these chat rooms and watching these trials and hearing people's mindset. I think it does. I think I do have to do the paid version, Gwen, because when I do the free AI version, it won't let me. It says I can't do that. Especially when I try to recreate a crime scene, it definitely doesn't let me do that. It's like I can't do that. I can't acknowledge that or something like that. AI doesn't let me put in anything that has to do with like crime scenes, which is kind of dumb. But I see those movie AI trailers that they do on YouTube all the time, and I'm like, that's not real. And they use people's likeness in those. So I'm like, how can they do that? And I can't recreate and I can describe it all the way down to how I want and it won't let me do it. It's really weird. But I guess 'cause I'm not paying a lot of money. Also, I hate editing. That's why, that's why my videos, I don't make as many videos as I used to because I really hate editing. Yeah, that's probably true. And maybe if I said that, but I used to make videos all the time, but now you have to have like certain software. I do have software on my computer, but I have to retrain myself how to use it to make better videos. But I do need to get back to making videos again because the editing though takes so long and I'm so lazy. And they make it look so easy, but it is not. It is not so easy. Yeah, the AI is you have to pay a lot of money for the AI to make it look good. And I'm not trying to spend all that kind of I don't have that kind of money. I don't make any money on YouTube, so until I start making something, I mean, I can't put any into it. I don't know. Maybe I can start doing some stuff on I don't know what I can start doing. I don't even have enough social medias to do anything. Yeah, it's very time consuming. But I am going to start I got to get back to doing Samantha's case again and really digging into I'm going to look into the synagogue is doing like super well. I got to dig into their funding, the donations they've been getting, find out about the cameras from where she went to the wedding back to her house, where the placement is, why they didn't show her route back home. It's just odd to me. So many things they left out. And they still won't. I request FOIA all the time. I request it like every month and they deny me every month. But I am getting her autopsy report. So it is. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is really tough. I don't know. I fought it for years. I've been fighting the YouTube thing for years. Yeah, Michigan is ugh. I don't know how you can't get it for your own mom. I mean, what's crazy is I requested, isn't that crazy, Mark? I requested FOIA in Okaloosa County in Florida on a case, and they sent me the 911 call, the freaking case report, like everything. But I can't get anything on Samantha's case in Michigan. Wayne County is just shady, shady, shady. Okay. I'll be right back.
Hey guys.
So Mr. Bowles will be in soon.
He'll be in soon. We should probably put something on the record that I neglected to before.
Let me have a seat and let's put it on the record. You can have a seat. Did you want to put that on the record right now?
Sure. So Judge, I would just note that before the jury came in, after the last break, Mr. Torbenson was still speaking about alleged drug transactions that the court found to be inadmissible. And I saw the door open and I saw the first juror coming through as that discussion was happening. Just putting that on the record.
Okay. Maybe we should talk about that issue since it's been brought up. I'm not the conversation, but you wanted to bring further information to the record. Go ahead.
Judge, the argument that I have relative to that is it's drug-seeking behavior on the part of Ms. Dikeman. She's seeking a specific medication that she's had a previous addiction to, and she's admitting to the police that she's seeking it from Mr. Colkind. The text message exchange that the defense admitted regarding Mr. Pedron, there's no demonstration that that's a completed drug transaction. In fact, it's just the opposite, because the person says that's a long 10 minutes and that's the long message. So there's no indication that that's a completed transaction, yet that was allowed in evidence. This is exactly the same as that type of conduct here. It's drug-seeking behavior on the part of the defendant, which I think is arguably even more relevant, because in those text message exchanges, it's someone else seeking drugs from Mr. Pedron, not Mr. Pedron seeking drugs from somebody else. Here it's her seeking a substance she is previously addicted to, wanting to pay for it, and she has testified on the stand that she does not seek or use outside of a prescription.
Judge, that wasn't her testimony. She admitted to that repeatedly on direct examination. We've introduced evidence of that. The court already, I thought the court had already ruled on the Ed Colkind issue, as I would have addressed that in my direct. I thought the court made a ruling this morning indicating that it wouldn't be a proper fodder for cross-examination. The difference between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedron is that Ms. Dikeman has constitutional rights here. Mr. Pedron is not entitled to the same right to fair trial, to the same inferences as any suspect. It's redundant. It's not in response to any question that Ms. Dikeman asked. Saying that she had drug-seeking behavior tells us nothing at all about whether or not she killed Alex in 2023, if she sought out oxycodone or whatever in 2019. It's irrelevant. It's prejudicial. It was previously barred just this morning by the court's order. I'm asking the court to exclude it.
I'm going to keep my order as I made that order based on what I had. Let's just keep moving. I don't think that's a make or break. It's a huge issue here, but it is. I know it's yet another potential impeachment concept for or possible impeachment, not concept, but possible impeachment by the state. It's ambiguous with Mr. Colkind. I don't want to make much of a comment on this, but there is a question about constitutional rights. It is correct, Ms. Dikeman has an absolute constitutional right, well-established constitutional right to a fair trial. more up in the air on the issue of how Mercy's law involves the victims of cases. So, but that there is definitely a tension between those two things. I'm just going to leave it at that. There's not a lot of clarity about where those lines are drawn.
Judge,
Let's just move on.
I wasn't going to address that point, Judge. I was gonna
Okay,
address something different.
another issue? Yeah, go ahead.
Defense had a very long direct examination with the defendant over yesterday into today. And all I'm going to note for the record is the court has very quickly been shutting me down on questions. And the defense went over and over topics again and again and again to the point that it was utterly repetitive. I've only been questioning her for not even an hour. And the quickness with which you are sustaining objections relative to what they went through and the time I have relative to them, I just want noted for the record.
All right.
Wow.
Judge, sorry to keep bringing up new evidence.
I am not treating the state any differently than I'm treating the defense. I find that just a little bit, there are asked and answered questions that are asked repetitively. I'm trying to sustain those because it seems like everybody's asking variations of the exact same question. And I am not, I listen to the question, I listen to the objection, I respond. I don't take a tally of when I've done this for one side or the other. In fact, and I'm not being any quicker other than trying to keep the trial going.
But
So,
Dad,
having said that, what's the other issue you want to bring up?
Judge, I've just handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Appears to be yet another summary of phone activity. The summary has not been authenticated through another witness. It has not been disclosed to us before now. We've had no opportunity to check this for accuracy. If the state intends to use this as an exhibit, I would object. It's not authenticated.
This is a phone summary of what?
It's from directly authenticated records, and it contains no content other than the timing in which things happen. And it's a conglomeration of all the records from text messages, phone calls, which are all from very different records, but they're all certified records.
They could have introduced that through the actual custodian who's introducing that. This hasn't been authenticated. I haven't been able to check any of this.
You're going to use it right now?
I want to use it. There's a time frame where there's no activity, and I want to talk to her about that with regards to this.
Right. We're not going to get through the cross anyway at this point in time. Chances are we'll have to go into the afternoon. It's going to give the defense an opportunity to look at that. If there are some issues with it, we'll bring that to the jury's. If there's problems with how it's written down, like it's wrongly done, we can bring that to the jury's attention. For right now, let's move forward. I understand. I'm allowing either side to use summaries on this discovered evidence that's out there. So if there's discovered evidence, you do a summary to make it move forward. I'm allowing that to happen. The state's just done a few more of it in this trial. That's all. So,
yeah, and just for the record, my objection here is authentication and confrontation.
Okay. All right. Okay, as far as authentication goes, if there is a problem with the sequence, that will be brought to, this is a problem. She's not the custodian of the records. The more I think about this.
They've agreed to authentication. That's
Okay,
happened.
thank you.
It's been
Thank you
stipulated.
for that. That helped. You've agreed to authentication.
We agreed to the authentication of the Cellbrite downloads. We did not agree to the authentication of these summaries that we're getting at, in the middle of cross-examination.
The base data has been agreed upon. What is, in the fact that there's a summary, if it's badly summarized, the defense can go into that or have the ability to take it apart. If it's something that you look at the authenticated documents and the authenticated documents do not support the summary, we will bring that to the jury's attention. Okay. So having said that, let's bring the jury in.
holy moly. Okay. Yeah, Mark, everyone in our chat has had something horrible happen to them. Gwen with her mom, China, everyone in our chat has had something that has happened to them. It's been awful. So I think that's why we all connect and we all can relate to these trials and the defendants and the victims.
All right, everybody may be seated.
We can relate somehow, some way, and we feel for all of them.
Go ahead.
This segment, I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
So we're not just mean, evil,
The summary that I prepared.
everybody must die,
from your records, okay?
Mhm.
except for the
I'm gonna
real
show
evil one.
you a text
Yeah.
message
China's
you sent
sister.
to Mr. Rafael Suarez at 7:47 in the evening on February 10th, 2023. Do you see that entry? Right here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The next message or the next entry on this chart is from Mr. Rafael Suarez sending you a text message back. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is at what time?
8:05.
8:05 p.m. on February 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
The next time that you respond in any fashion to Mr. Suarez is what time?
8:29.
8:29 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So from 7:47 p.m. to 8:29 p.m., you are not messaging Mr. Suarez, correct?
Correct.
You're not making a phone call to anybody, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't show any activity on the part of your phone during that time frame. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And all of that would be a time frame before you send a message saying, I just took a shower. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You had a number of phone calls that day. We talked about the first phone call that you made, or that Derek made actually to you, which is before he came home on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
At 6:49 p.m., did you have a call with your mother?
I don't know the exact time, but I probably did talk to my mom.
Your mom was coming to pick up the two older children that evening, is that correct?
Yes,
Your mom did in fact come and pick up Major and Jalen that evening, right?
she did.
And that was after the two of you talked about that, correct?
Yeah, we would have talked about it.
Your mother, Miss Ehlers, came into your house to pick up the children.
She did not come in the house. I don't believe she did.
You don't believe she did?
I don't believe she came in the house.
Okay. If she made a statement otherwise, you wouldn't know that, correct?
Action calls for hearsay.
I'll withdraw it. You don't recall her coming in the house?
No,
You don't recall her seeing what the children were doing or anything like that, or having a conversation with her?
no, I don't. The kids always went outside when she got there.
You had a phone call with your mom at 9:38 p.m.?
I may have.
It lasted about, I'll show you.
Yeah, I
2
think
minutes and
because
52
we're
seconds.
all victims / survivors
Yeah,
in this
that's
chat, we can
Now, this is the same evening that you're
be a little
saying
more understanding and
that
compassionate and not so.
Derek just beat Alexavier, correct?
Yes,
You're having a phone call with your mother that's approximately 3 minutes in length, right?
yes,
You're concerned about child abuse that's happening in your home, right?
it happened a lot.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you're concerned about
Sorry to
child
hear
abuse
that,
that's
Mark.
happening in the home, correct?
But it's
Yes,
Okay. And you don't say anything to your mother in this 3-minute phone conversation about any concerns relative to Alexavier, do you?
no,
You don't say a single word.
no.
You don't report anything that's just happened. I'll move on. That's not the only phone call that you had that evening, is it? Did you have a FaceTime chat with Laura Lee?
I'm not sure if it was FaceTime, but I talked to Laura Lee.
Talked to her twice, right?
It would have been by phone call, I believe.
Let me show you your records.
but at the same time, we still have fun in here.
Your records indicate that you had a 13-minute Facebook call with Laura Lee,
Yeah, call.
and that would be after 10:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And then you had a second phone call at 10:44 with Laura Lee.
Yes,
And that lasted 16 minutes and 43 seconds?
yes,
So you had 2 phone calls with Laura Lee that approximate 26 minutes in time total, correct?
yes.
And during neither of these phone calls, do you mention anything about Alexavier being in any way physically harmed by Mr. Pedron?
No, I didn't.
You didn't mention it at all.
No,
You didn't mention anything about how he appeared to you or concerns regarding Alexavier, isn't that right?
no,
And in fact, in that second phone call, that's when Alexavier can be heard saying, I'm waiting for you to go to sleep so I can get into things, right?
that's not what he said.
What did he say?
He said yes.
Today you're saying he said yes, but in previous interviews, you said, I'm waiting for you to go to sleep so I can get into things.
I
right?
never said that.
You never said that.
No,
You were interviewed by Investigator Williams on body cam, and you told Investigator Williams that's what he said on body cam.
I told him I asked him and he said yes.
You told him you asked him and he said yes.
Yes,
Okay. And today you're saying he said yes, not yes, right? You're drawing out the yes as though there's something wrong with him as you say it today.
I thought he was being silly.
But he is being silly.
Yes,
So when you say yes like that, you're not trying to indicate today for the first time that there's something
But doesn't
physically
that
wrong.
mischaracterizing? She gave that testimony yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna allow you to ask a question. Go ahead.
When you are using your voice in that manner to stress how Alexavier sounded to you for the first time in trial, you're saying that that was silly to you.
well, my voice doesn't sound exactly like his did, but he did prolong his yes.
But you took it to be silly, right?
I thought he was being goofy. He was
Nothing else
also-
wrong with him.
He was playing with his hands in the air
As he laid next to you,
as he laid a couple kids away from me, yes.
according to you.
That's the truth.
You watched the forensic interviews of Araya, correct?
I did,
You watched the forensic interview of Brantley, correct?
yes.
Both of those children said that they did not sleep next to you on the evening of February 10th, 2023, correct?
Not in their initial interview.
In their initial interviews, they did not say that they slept next to you, correct?
They didn't say anything about sleeping with me.
They said they slept upstairs.
Judge, I'm gonna object to your saying if we can get a definition of which video we're talking about or which bit of testimony we're talking about.
Can you identify which statements you're talking about?
Sure. In Araya's forensic interview, she talks about sleeping upstairs and being awakened by Brantley. Isn't that right?
I believe she was confused with me telling her to go upstairs.
You believe she was confused when she made those statements?
Yes, as it was for me, that was a very traumatic event for her.
And when Brantley was interviewed, Brantley said that he was asleep upstairs.
I don't believe he said that in his interview. He said that on the stand.
He said on the stand as well.
I don't believe he said that in his interview. You can see in the picture I took, he was by me in bed.
At 9:15, correct?
He was by me the whole night.
The photograph that you took is at 9:15 p.m., correct?
Right, and that makes sense that he stayed by me. Why would he go upstairs?
To go to sleep, be one reason, right?
He was going to sleep at 9 in my bed.
You said to this jury that the children go to sleep in bed with you because of Mr. Pedron. Mr. Pedron wasn't home that evening, isn't that right?
And it doesn't change that they would go upstairs. You seen how messy it was.
Exchanged well over 100 messages with Mr. Suarez.
Correct.
You described during your interview that at some point you tried to shut off the TV around 11:30 to midnight, correct?
Correct.
And you described that Alexavier was not going to sleep and wanted to stay awake, right?
He was still moving a lot, yes.
And so as a result of that, you turned the TV back on.
I did.
And you and Alexavier continued to watch TV.
I'm not sure if he was watching, but I continued to have the TV on and watch it, yes.
You were still texting during this time frame, correct?
Yes.
In fact, your text messages were pretty consistent with Mr. Suarez throughout that evening?
Yes, I was excited for the date.
You're text messaging Mr. Suarez as early as 6:15 p.m. or 6:18 p.m., correct?
Yes,
What was the time of your first message with Mr. Suarez?
6:18.
6:18 p.m. Is that is you sending a message to him or is he sending a message to you?
I sent a message to him.
Sent it to him. And you would agree with me that between 6:18 p.m. and midnight, you exchanged a number of messages with Mr. Suarez,
Yes,
close to, if not over 100. Would you agree with that?
probably.
You'd agree that in not one of those messages did you express any concern with regards to Alexavier or his physical condition?
No, my mind was on my date, and Derek had told me he did not hurt Alex in there, and I didn't think it was that severe that Alex had internal injuries. If I did, I would have gotten him help.
You send Mr. Suarez a photograph of law enforcement outside of your residence, correct? From your camera system?
I may have.
And after sending him that message, you said there were up to 5 members of law enforcement that were at your house to get Mr. Pedron, isn't that right?
I'm not 100% sure.
You also told Mr. Suarez that Mr. Pedron was violating the no contact order, didn't you?
I believe so.
Okay. So you told him about the no contact order, but you didn't raise any concerns relative to Alexavier, correct?
Like I said, I didn't think Derek hurt him severely.
That wasn't my question. My question was,
No, I did not.
you did, right? You could tell him about the no contact order. You could tell him that police were present, but you didn't tell him anything regarding Alexavier being hurt, did you?
No,
And you have told us a number of times that you care about Alexavier, right?
I loved him with all my heart like he was my own, yes.
I think you said at one point during direct examination, if you could replace yourself with Alexavier and have him here and you not here, you would want to do that, right?
I would in a heartbeat, yes.
That's how much you love this child.
Yes,
That's how much you want to protect this child and keep this child safe.
yes.
And you had this information regarding him allegedly being assaulted in the bathroom, and you don't tell Mr. Suarez, do you?
Section asked and answered.
Go ahead, answer the question if you can.
I know him like that.
You had this information that he allegedly assaulted him in the bathroom, and you didn't tell Deputy Paff when he came to the residence.
I didn't feel like I could.
You had this information, and you didn't tell Deputy Kernan when he was at the residence.
I didn't feel like I could.
You had Deputy Paff's personal cell phone number on your phone.
I didn't feel like I could. My life was threatened.
Mr. Pedron was arrested and removed from your house, correct?
That didn't stop him.
That wasn't my question. He was arrested and removed from the house, right?
Yes,
He was in law enforcement custody, correct?
yes,
You know at that moment in time, Mr. Pedron can't do anything to you, correct?
yes, he could.
While he's in custody?
Yes,
You don't call Deputy Paff, do you? You don't report anything to Deputy Paff.
no, I didn't feel safe.
You didn't report anything to Deputy Kernan.
I didn't feel safe.
You didn't report anything to then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Williams, correct?
I didn't feel safe.
You had Lieutenant Williams' number in your phone.
I didn't feel safe.
You had the ability to call Lieutenant Williams.
I didn't feel like I could.
You had the ability to call him. You had the phone number, you had a phone, you had the fingers.
I had their numbers, yes.
You chose not to.
I didn't feel like I could.
When you observed Alexavier after Mr. Pedrin left, you told Sergeant Williams that he was actually getting better after he woke up somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock.
He wasn't puking.
He was what?
He was not throwing up anymore.
He was not throwing up anymore. You said he appeared better to you, not just not throwing up. You said he appeared better, right?
When I moved him from the couch to the bed, he was not throwing up anymore. And I asked him, "Are you feeling better?" And he shook his head, yes.
You told us earlier that you picked up McDonald's for the children. Do you recall that testimony
Yes.
yesterday? And I believe you told us that Alexavier didn't really eat anything, but he drank his soda. Is that right?
Yes.
And the soda that you gave him because he was sick was a Sprite. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and a Sprite doesn't have caffeine in it. You're aware of that, right?
It could have been something else. I don't know.
It could have been something else.
It could have been a different kind of soda. I don't remember all the details.
Okay, yesterday you told us it was Sprite, though. You said
I
Sprite.
thought it was, yes.
Okay. And today you're saying, after hearing that he had caffeine in his system, it could have been something different.
I know I gave him ginger ale that night, and I'm pretty sure it was a Sprite. Sometimes the kids took a drink. I always had Coke in my cup, and the kids were always known for taking a drink of my soda.
So he maybe took a sip of your soda. You're saying
Could
that
have.
too?
I mean, the house was a disaster. Who knows how he got? I mean, he
Alexavier
saw
was
Red
in bed
Bull.
with you from after the two children are picked up by your mother until you decide that you and he are going to go to sleep. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. What time did you go to bed with Alexavier? And when I say go to bed, I mean go physically lay down. I don't mean go to sleep.
We all went to bed when Derek got arrested.
When Derek got arrested?
Yes.
That'd be after he left the house?
The kids were laying down.
So you went to bed before you're sending a message about, I just took a shower?
I was laying down at that time.
I'm just asking you, are you telling us today you went to bed before sending a message saying, I just took a shower?
Yes, I was laying down.
Yeah, you said, when did you go to bed? Not when you went to sleep.
When you put pajamas on Alexavier, you saw his body?
It was dark in the room,
What room did you put pajamas on Alexavier in?
my room.
Your room?
Yes.
You agree that Alexavier was not complaining about in any way, shape, or form during that time that you put pajamas on him, correct?
He was not.
It was not
Stomach hurt.
from throwing up and being sick?
He
Sorry,
didn't
keep skipping.
specify.
You could see Alexavier's face during this time frame, right?
It was dark in the room,
TV lights up the room a little bit, right?
a little.
You could see enough to recognize the children in bed with you?
Yes,
You could see enough to recognize their faces?
I could. I knew which child was which.
You could see enough to know whether or not there are any visible injuries on the face, right?
I mean, yeah,
And you didn't see any visible injuries on his face other than that old scab, right?
right.
Old scab. For seriously? The cops are like, when did this happen? What happened? How did it
No
happen?
bruising around his eye.
No, bruises can take time though.
I understand that. I'm just asking you what you saw. You didn't see any bruising around his eye, right?
No,
Bruising on his head,
no,
bruising on his arms.
I didn't really examine.
You said you didn't complain of any
He
pain though
was,
during this time frame, right?
no,
He's acting normal to you.
I mean, he didn't feel good. He seemed like he didn't feel good, but he wasn't throwing up anymore.
He wasn't lethargic, right?
He was thirsty.
Can we get the state to define what lethargic means to us?
I don't know.
That was the answer earlier. Go ahead, or question earlier. Go ahead.
You know what the word lethargic means, right?
Thirsty?
He didn't appear tired to you, right?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yes.
He's staying up and watching TV with you until 3 o'clock in the morning, but he appears tired.
I mean, he was like out of it more, thinking back.
Thinking back as you sit charged today,
As time went on, thinking back, wasn't himself.
you never reported that to anybody who interviewed you, did you?
I only did one interview.
Correct, you only did one interview. That's true.
Yes.
With law enforcement, you talked to a lot of other people. You talked to Laura Lee, right?
Not much.
Talked to your mother.
Not much.
You didn't report any of these circumstances that you're telling us about today to any of the other people in your life, did you?
I didn't talk to many people. I pretended to be okay so that my children would be okay. Because that's what their counselor told me to do.
That's when your children are around, right? Pretend to be okay when your children are around you. Correct?
Right, and I cried at night while watching them sleep because I was scared one of them would die.
That recommendation doesn't apply to when you have a conversation with another adult, though, right?
I didn't talk to adults. I didn't talk to anyone.
You told us yesterday in direct examination that you would tell Laura Lee almost everything that happened when Derek would assault you.
Not after Alex passed.
You would tell Laura Lee everything that happened before Alex passed, though, right?
Yes,
You would send her countless videos.
yes,
You're aware that your Google return only shows one video being sent to Laura Lee from you, correct?
I had other emails.
You have other emails?
I did, yeah. I
You're aware
used
that
other
Laura Lee
phones.
says you only sent one video to her.
I sent her more than that. I had another phone with another email.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the SD card that you said you had. Do you recall that yesterday?
Yes,
You said you had an SD card that was a treasure trove of evidence regarding Mr. Pedrin abusing Alexavier, correct?
I did. I had a SD card in another phone.
SD card and another phone.
Yes.
And you said that there was a theft at your mother's house, correct?
Yes, there was.
No, that was your testimony yesterday. There was a
Yes,
theft. There's a theft at your mother's house, correct?
yes,
And there was, you told us yesterday that there was a backpack that contained this SD card that was stolen during that May 17th theft at your grandmother's house or your mother's house.
there was the phone, the SD card, and my key fob. Yes,
You never reported that theft or any theft taking place at your mother's house, isn't that right?
I did.
The only theft that you reported was the break-in of your Suburban that was at the house on OS, isn't that right?
I did, and I didn't realize how he got into my vehicle until I noticed my key fob and the phone was missing.
I want to talk to you about the report that you actually made to law enforcement, because yesterday you said this happened at your mother's house. The report that you made regarding a theft was to your old Suburban at the house on OS, correct?
Yes,
And the only things that you reported to law enforcement in that theft report was that the car radio was stolen. Isn't that right?
The TV deck was stolen out of my vehicle at my house, but at my mom's house, my key fob was stolen to get into my Suburban, and my phone and the SD card was taken out of my backpack.
You never reported anything to law enforcement about an SD card from your backpack. Isn't that right?
I didn't know those were taken until I noticed my key fob and the phone was missing, and that was
Called law enforcement
after
to follow up and say there's additional items that were taken.
I got arrested.
At some point you were released, correct?
I was.
Could have made a phone call then, correct?
I didn't have any of my stuff. It had all been taken.
You had the ability to make a phone call even while you were in jail. Isn't that right?
I think that wasn't on my mind anymore after fighting for my life.
You sent text messages to Mr. Pedron after this took place. Isn't that right?
I might have.
You sent text messages to Mr. Pedron telling him that you loved him.
Yes,
You sent text messages to Mr. Pedron telling him that you missed him.
I did.
You sent text messages to Mr. Pedron saying that you wanted to be with him.
I did.
There were also times that you used these videos as a way to get Mr. Pedron to come over to your mother's house. Isn't that right?
It wasn't as a way to get him to come to my mother's house.
There was a time where you gave Mr. Pedron a countdown. You said he had an hour to come over to the house to start, right? Do you remember?
Yes,
And then you said he had either 40 or 30 minutes to come to the house?
yes.
And you wanted to have sex with Mr. Pedron this evening, isn't it?
Not, that wasn't.
And you were telling Mr. Pedron that if he didn't come over, you were going to send the video to the police.
It wasn't worded like that.
You said you were going to release the videos.
Yes, but it wasn't due to the countdown. It wasn't either you come over in an hour or I'm releasing the videos. Those are two different occasions.
You're sending the text messages to Mr. Pedron, and you're also saying, I'm going to release the videos during the same time frame. Isn't that right?
It could have been, but it wasn't worded in that way.
He never came over, did he?
I don't know.
Those messages indicate that you had the ability at that point in time, if you wanted, to send those videos to law enforcement. Isn't that right?
I don't know. I was scared of him.
You were scared of him. During this time frame, you also had an attorney that was representing you relative to the children. Isn't that right?
Yes, but
And that was relative to custody of the children. Isn't that right?
yes,
Who should have placement, who should have visitation, while this matter was being investigated further. Isn't that right?
yes,
And you had videos, you're saying you had videos that demonstrated that Mr. Pedron was abusive towards the children, right?
yes, and I talked to him about that.
And you had the ability at that point in time to take that SD card, that information, and turn it over to your children so that he didn't have access to the children. Isn't that right?
Objection, Judge. I think we're getting into attorney-client privilege with Mr. O'Neill.
I'm asking about the ability. I'm not asking what was discussed.
But I mean, the response there, if we wanted to corroborate or disconfirm, would be to wait for attorney-client privilege.
Right, sustain.
You never chose to share the videos with anyone in that fashion, did you?
I talked about it with my attorney.
There's a guardian ad litem that also represents the children, correct?
Did.
During that action, there's a guardian ad litem that represents the best interests of the children.
Yes, there was.
And they have the ability to look at that. You could share it with them, correct?
I didn't. They were all pointing the finger at me at that time.
Well, if they're pointing the finger at you, wouldn't you want to point that finger somewhere else, like you're telling us in court?
I tried.
Today?
I'm going to object. I think we're getting into comment on silence now. She had an attorney. She was represented. She had represented the police that she only wanted to deal with investigators through counsel.
I'm not asking about any contact with law enforcement.
Guardian Lime's not law enforcement though, so let's move on to law enforcement. Go ahead.
Did you share it with the guardian ad litem?
No, I told CPS.
Did you share with CPS?
No, I tried talking to them about his abuse and they shut me down.
Where are the videos?
So CPS just shut you down.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the statements that you made to Deputy Kernine on the evening of February 10th. You allowed him in the house to see Alexavier, correct?
Yes.
You allowed him to inspect Alexavier's body?
I allowed him to do what he needed to do until Alex was scared.
Then you asked him to leave, correct?
Yes.
And Alex's expression of fear to you was not about Mr. Pedron, it was about law enforcement being present, isn't that right?
I don't know if Alex understood that he was law enforcement. He had a bright light in his face and he said, "Mommy, I'm scared."
He recognized that it wasn't his father, right?
I don't know. I don't know what Alex thought at that time.
You told law enforcement that evening, February 10th, 2023, that Mr. Pedron was just violating the no contact order, isn't that right?
I told them that I was scared.
I understand that you said that. You also told them that Mr. Pedron was just violating the no contact order, correct?
I don't remember saying that to them.
Do you remember watching the videos in court?
Yes.
Okay. If all you said to law enforcement is that he was violating the no contact order when you're really telling us that he assaulted Alex, then you lied to law enforcement, isn't that right?
Section
No.
Oh my
calls for
gosh.
legal conclusion.
She said no, didn't lie to law enforcement. Go ahead.
You didn't tell them what you're telling us happened to Alex, did you?
I was scared. I didn't feel like I could.
Who's it more important to protect in that situation right there, you or Alex?
Alex, and I tried to.
And the way you could protect Alex is to tell the police exactly what you're saying happened, isn't that? That would protect Alex. Isn't that right?
No.
You've been interviewed a number of times by the police relative to domestic violence by Mr. Pedron, isn't that correct?
Yes.
You've been asked the details about those assaults every time, isn't that right?
Yes.
Outside of the 911 call where you make a reference to Alex, not once did you tell investigators in those investigations that Alex was abused.
No, but when I did, they didn't do anything. And I got beat for it. And he threatened to kill me and the kids.
Not once in any of those investigations did you remember say anything about any of the children being abused, correct?
No.
These are situations where you are telling law enforcement about you being assaulted, so you feel comfortable enough to share what's happening to you, but you won't say anything about the children during any of these investigations, isn't that right?
I did, but I didn't want him. I didn't know if he would kill us.
You thought it was safe enough to say something about you, but you thought Mr. Pedron would kill you and the family if you brought up the children?
I thought he'd kill me and the family every time I called, but when he would get to the point where he would escalate to the point where I thought he was going to kill us, I would call. And those times I called, I had the opportunity to call. I didn't always have that opportunity.
And in those situations where you did call, you never once, outside the 911 call we listened to, brought up abuse to the children. Isn't that right?
No.
And these are children that you're telling us today that you would put before yourself if you could to save them.
I would.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay,
The
so
video that you had and you sent to Laura Lee, You didn't send that to law enforcement, did you?
No,
The van video?
no.
You sent it to Laura Lee with what instructions?
To keep it.
To keep it.
So I've
To
been
keep
asking.
it until you decided that it should be shared?
In case I needed it.
Why she never
Didn't you
said.
need it the moment it happened? If you're saying that was abuse to Alex by Mr. Pedron?
Clearly I was weak and felt trapped. She could have helped me and sent it to law enforcement.
So it's her fault.
No, I'm saying I needed help.
Did you ask her to send it?
No,
Your instructions were for her to hold it and keep it, right?
yeah,
And she listened to your instructions as far as you know, right?
yes.
Just maybe this is a good place to break for lunch.
Yeah, if you have another section. Okay, let's have a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:15. Please don't talk about the case. We'll see you then.
Okay, so I've been wondering why the same thing, like he's asking, why she never has mentioned about abuse to the children, and always it was about abuse to her. So my only, just hear me out. My only reasoning that I can come up with is that if she were to mention that he was abusing the children, CPS would take the children out of the home immediately, and then she would not have access to the children. So if she were to say, yes, there was abuse, he was hurting the kids,
See you at 1:10.
the state would take the kids. So maybe that's why she didn't say anything about the kids. And she was just, when the times that she would call, was able to call the police, she would only mention about the abuse to her. I don't know. But if you think about it, that does kind of make sense, because if you do mention child abuse, they will take the kids out of the house immediately. And then all the kids would be separated, and they could go into different foster homes. So yeah, so I'm not saying, I'm not excusing her, of course, but she would probably have rather been around the kids and had them with her than not had them at all, as messed up as that is. So I mean, maybe in her mind, she thought that as long as they were with her, that was better than having them who knows where. Or they would have ended up with Derek's family, or, who knows. But maybe that's why she didn't say anything. Maybe she thought she was protecting them by keeping them with her. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box, trying to figure out how, I haven't been, I mean, obviously I've been abused, but my son was not. So that I couldn't imagine being in a relationship where my child was abused. Because I would not let that happen. But that's a different, yeah, I mean, but I say that out of both sides of my mouth too, because, even though I say my child wasn't, I allowed myself to be for the sake of my child, if that makes any sense. Because at the time I thought, duh, oh, he'll have both parents, like a dumbass, I thought that was better than not having, I don't know, at the time. That was stupid. But anyway, that's what you think. You think, because you're like in your brain, I want my child to have both parents. Maybe that's what she was thinking. I don't know. I'm just saying, you're not thinking clearly when you're in that kind of situation. So Maybe she just wasn't thinking. But people who don't understand those kind of situations, like all the people in this, that in the, like that attorney, this prosecutor who's like, well, you have fingers, right? You could have called, you could have dialed a number, you could have done this, you had the number, you could have done, I mean, yeah, I could have done a lot of things, but I didn't feel in my mind, I felt frozen. I felt like I was held captive, even though physically, yes, I could have done these things. No, so here's the thing, China. Derek's mom was the, sorry, we got these helicopters like flying on my roof. Anyway, Derek's mom was the head of the abuse shelter, the only abuse shelter in the area. So anytime Derek would get arrested or anything would happen, Derek's mom was like able to get him out of it. And I mean, what the heck is what you said, Trump. So, I mean, she didn't have anywhere to go. It's wild. And he's just popping out babies all over the place with different women. I mean, it's just crazy how many kids there are. She had, by herself, she had like 4 kids. And then Derek had kids with all these. I mean, it's just wild. I can't believe how many kids, the amount of children that are involved. So I can't. I mean, she may have just felt trapped. I don't know who did this to Alexavier. I think it's terrible. It's terrible. And just to hear that medical examiner this morning say that he suffered and that it was a respiratory, like he suffered. The child went without oxygen. That is horrible. So that breaks my heart. And just to know that whatever happened to him, he was, it makes me, and then it reminds me still, this is so similar to Kouri Michelot. And remember with Kouri, when his dad took him to the hospital, he left him there all by himself. And Kouri was left there to die alone. And that was awful. So I just feel like, this is similar because Alexavier basically died alone. Because he who knows how long he suffered before she realized he was gone. So I think it's so sad. It's just terrible. So while we're on break, I know Mark, he does not know about the Samantha Wall case. And so while we're on break, I'm going to play one of my old videos. About the Samantha Wall trial. So I'm going to force y'all to watch one of my old videos. I think so too, but I still think she, bless her heart. I mean, I think she definitely deserves some time. I don't know. But I think the male prosecutor on her is ruthless. I mean, clearly she said she wasn't feeling well. And she was like, I mean, and she was asleep. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and look at the lifestyle they had. Like those kids suffered a lot, and clearly they weren't aware. Like their awareness and their pain tolerance was pretty freaking high. So it's crazy. Yeah, I know. We're gonna I don't know when it's gonna happen, but we're gonna be all over that, China. We're definitely gonna be all over that. So while we're on lunch, I'm gonna force everyone to watch one of my old videos about Samantha Wall, because Mark does not know about Samantha Wall, and also so you can watch how wonderful I am at editing and how great I am at videos and all that fun stuff. And just so you can watch me some more during the lunch break. And enjoy lunch. Watching me. Yoseo, hello, all my beautiful people. Welcome to the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee, and today we are on part 3 of Murder on Joliet Place, the story of Samantha Wall, and how we are trying to figure out who actually killed Samantha and how it is that Michael Jackson Bolanos is on trial for her murder when there are so many other possible suspects. And when I say so many, I mean so many, including her ex-boyfriend who actually confessed to the murder. Now, I would say he's possibly suspect number 1, but there are others. Now, I want to recap the entire situation that happened, and I'm also going to show you a video from October 23rd, I believe, 2023, just a couple of days after Samantha Wall, who was the president of the downtown Detroit synagogue. She was a Democrat politician in Detroit. She was well loved, well known, very popular in Detroit. She was an activist. She was well liked, more than well liked. She had many suitors. She was successful. She was beautiful. So she had everything going for her. So I would say at her age, she was 40. She was at the peak of her life. She had a nice downtown townhome, but it was in downtown Detroit. She was a very trustworthy, I would dare say, pretty gullible, naive person to keep her doors unlocked in downtown Detroit. And every one of her friends knew her doors were unlocked, even though she had an alarm system. She did not really use it. So she was kind of, she was a mark, really. She was downtown Detroit, left her doors unlocked, and didn't use her alarm system, and people knew about it. And I'm not saying that every criminal knew about it, but people knew. So unfortunately, on October 21st, 2023, Samantha Wall would end up being murdered in her own home, stabbed 8 times. And 8 times in areas that would seem to be very, very harmful and suffering areas, in the head, in the neck, and in ways that would just seem like you would want that person to know you're hurting them. So at the end of the day, Samantha's last night, she was at a wedding. She was having a good time. She came home around 12:31 a.m. And that is when her ADT alarm system shows that her front door was open. She also shows, now this is her alarm system just working itself. It's not on or off or armed or unarmed. It's just picking up motion sensors from the doors. Every window and door has an alarm sensor on it, motion sensor. And it shows that her door opened at 12:31 a.m. It also shows that her back door opened at 12:35 a.m. and closed at 12:38 a.m. We don't know what happened at the back door. We don't know what she did. We don't know anything. We know that, again, there's an open sensor on her front door at 1:01 a.m., which means that her front door was ajar or open for 30 minutes. The ADT system claims that the door was open the entire night, but there is movement at 4:20 a.m. again. So somewhere between 1:38 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., something happened to Samantha. And at 6:20 a.m., her body is found outside of her townhome, where somehow she was able to drag herself out to try to get help at the neighbors. So I'm not really sure why she drug herself out to that far. Maybe she knew the person next door wasn't home. Maybe that's why she went so far, because the townhomes literally are door to door. So I'm not really sure why she didn't go to the very next door. Instead, she went further down and around. So that's something that I have a question about. Also, she was found at 6:20 a.m. I played the neighbor's testimony, the first neighbor's testimony, yes, on my last video, because I had questions about how he claimed it was dark when he found her, but he didn't see any blood on the ground, but the ground was covered in blood. He didn't see any blood on the ground. He claimed he didn't step in any blood. He didn't get any blood on him when he checked her body, because he claimed that her body was turned backwards to him. So he was standing here, by the way, with a dog, and she was this way. This is her back. So he was this way, and he said that he bent down to touch a portion of her back that was revealed at the bottom portion of her back. That's what he said in the prelims, not in the trial. In the trial, he didn't say what part of her back he touched. He just said that he touched a portion that was exposed, and that he just kind of reached down from afar and didn't get any blood on him. And he was sure he didn't get any blood on him. Also, by the way, he's walking a dog. I don't know what this dog is. I don't know how big the dog is. I don't know if it's a little dog, a big dog, a puppy, a golden doodle, a poodle, a rat terrier. I don't know what kind of dog this is. So I don't know if the dog stepped in blood. I don't know if the dog stepped on the body. I don't know what happened with the dog. Nobody asked about the dog. So that's what I want to know. What dog? He said he didn't get any blood on him when he touched her. He said that she was blue and cold to the touch. I find that strange, because he couldn't see any blood on the ground because it was dark, but yet he could see that she was blue. Her back was blue and her feet were blue. So this is all at 6:20 in the morning. I'm going to show you the video of his wife testifying. They asked her a lot more questions than they asked him, and he was the one who actually found the body. Also, I'm going to let you listen to the 911 call from the neighbor who called to report that they found her, because the 911 call, and I'm just going to put this out there, clearly Detroit people are desensitized to the point that calling 911 is like calling a takeout order, because there's zero sense of urgency that there's a person who's possibly deceased. They don't know. They're just saying she is. And to not give life-saving measures to a person who, may or may not be deceased. They decided that for themselves. And also she wasn't dressed to go outside. So I just find it very odd behavior. But I guess it's living in the city. I don't know. So I also want to play for you guys the press conference, because this was on Forbes. Now, remember when I said that the Samantha Wall story was national news, October 22nd, 23rd, 2023, it was everywhere. It was on Fox. It was on CNN. It was on Forbes. It was all over. The White House was talking about it. And it was a big deal. And it was played out as Jewish synagogue president stabbed to death in her home. That's how it was played out. It was everywhere. And now they're saying nothing. It's crickets. You're getting nothing about it. So I do want to show you guys the breaking news that they did, where they had an entire press conference about it and how quickly they wanted to resolve this crime.
By thanking Michigan State Police, the FBI, and all of our partners in this investigation. Also want to thank the hardworking men and women of the Detroit Police Department, specifically the homicide section. Want to offer my sincere condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of Samantha Woll. She is beloved. Everyone I have talked to has spoken about her contribution to our community, and she will be sorely missed. The purpose of this press conference is to bring clarity to the incident that has brought attention of our community, local and national leaders, and even international outlets. I'm going to lay out what we know now. I'm going to bring up the deputy chief over our homicide unit, and then we'll conclude with some comments from the FBI on this case. I hope everyone understands that we're limited in the information that we can share. This is an active investigation, and there will be points where we cannot share information. On the morning of Saturday, October 21st, a 911 call came into our 911 call center. And the call was regarding an incident that occurred at the 1300 block of Joliet Place. It was described as a person laying on the ground unresponsive. Responding emergency units made the location and declared that the victim was dead on scene. Upon investigation, it was determined that that victim was in fact Samantha Woll. While at the scene, police officers observed a trail of blood leading officers to the victim's residence, which is where we believe the crime occurred. An examination of the victim led to the discovery of multiple stab wounds on her body. What we know right now is that the victim, Ms. Woll, was at an event Friday evening. She left the event at 12:30 a.m. By all accounts, she was not in any discomfort, any distress. She was her normal, positive and pleasant self, as described by some people that we have interviewed. There was no signs of forced entry. Again, there was no signs of forced entry at her residence. We believe that there are no other groups or anyone else at risk in regards to this particular incident. We believe that this incident was not motivated by anti-Semitism and that this suspect acted alone. Again, that is what we know at this time. There are several factors that has led us to this conclusion. We are not in a position to discuss all of them at this point. Obviously, there are parts of the investigation that we cannot get into. Again, it is germane to the closing of this case. There are certain factors that are only shared by the suspect and our investigators. So there are certain key points that we, again, will not be able to discuss. At this time, I'll bring up Deputy Chief Sloan to get into some of the areas that we can discuss with you. Deputy Chief Sloan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, everybody. Sadly, Ms. Samantha Woll was found deceased in front of the 1300 block of Joliet Street on Saturday around 6:30 a.m. She was suffering from apparent stab wounds to her body. We are currently working with our partners, as the Chief mentioned, from the FBI and Michigan State Police to establish exactly what occurred in the hours and days prior to Ms. Woll's death. At this point in the investigation, we are examining every piece of evidence we have uncovered to determine what exactly led to this incident, as well as following up on the extensive amounts of information that we have gained during our investigation. We have and are in the process of conducting countless interviews to learn everything about Ms. Woll's life, including any possible motive or opportunity to harm her. What we do know, again, from what the Chief mentioned, is that Ms. Woll did attend an event on Friday evening, which we know was the wedding. She did return home around 12:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, and we did discover no signs of forced entry to her residence. At some point between returning home from this event and in the early morning hours when she was discovered, Ms. Woll was unfortunately fatally assaulted. By all accounts, Ms. Woll was very well liked in the community, so it is clearly very shocking to her family and to her friends that this incident has occurred. I'd like to extend our gratitude to the men and women of the homicide section, our partner agencies, for the endless hours that they have dedicated to this investigation. We are committed to our continued work with our partners to identify the person responsible in this incident. Again, the investigation is ongoing, and we continue to ask for the community's assistance in solving this crime, either through 1-800-SPEAK-UP or Rewards TV. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chevalier Gibson. That's spelled C.
So then comes the FBI to get up there and speak. So you have the FBI talking, you have detectives, you have the state troopers, you have Detroit PD, you have homicide. They're thanking everyone who's working so hard on this case, who's done such a great job. Now, I ask you, Detroiters, how many press conferences do you guys do when there's a murder? I just want to know, how many press conferences do you do for a murder? And how many do you get up there with the chief, the FBI, the state troopers, everyone up there is saying, you know, we are really putting everything in, and you're going out there and you're saying, speedy, quick investigation. We're going to get this wrapped up. We're going to find out who did this. And, you know, we're looking for the community's help. How many times do you have a press conference? Just curious. So needless to say, it sounded as if they kind of had an idea of who their suspect was in just the second day. Not even the second day, like barely the second day. It sounded as if they kind of were honed in on someone because they kept saying there was no forced entry. So they felt like it was someone that she knew because there was no forced entry. Now, maybe they were saying that because the door was open, but then again, there had already been cops on the scene, already been people in and out, so they couldn't say for sure if her door was open when they got there. Now, did that story change after they got Michael? Who knows? So I want to go over testimony from the neighbor's wife because her testimony is what is just with the 911 call, which is just so shocking because I can't understand why in the world I don't understand the 911 calls. They're just amazing to me how desensitized these people are in Detroit. And I'm also trying to understand how in the world, you know, you hold a press conference for a murder, but I haven't seen Detroit hold press conferences for the other 268 murders that you guys had last year. If you have, I'm interested to hear it. So this is the wife, okay, of the neighbor that actually found the body, of Samantha. The husband found Samantha laying on the ground. He touched a portion of her back that was exposed, said she was cold to the touch and blue, but he couldn't see any blood. We don't know what kind of dog. No one's asked the dog how big it was, if it stepped in anything. I'm just fixated on this dog, y'all, because I find it hard to believe that it was dark and no one saw any blood. You didn't step in it, and you didn't get any blood on you, and you're sure of that, and you just had this dog. I know when I walk my dogs, they're complete, like they act like it's the first time they've ever gone out in their life every time they go out. So, and they're 11 and 14. So I'm just curious. I got questions. So let's watch the wife. Every time I do a video, I'm going to break down a testimony because I want to have you guys hear, you know, so far this trial has not done anything to prove that Michael Jackson Bolanos did this. All these witnesses are witnesses for the prosecution. You gave a man immunity. I will say how the jury may or may not feel about that will be telling, because I think that if you give someone immunity to testify against someone you don't know, usually those are reserved for people like who were in on it or something, or were accomplices, obviously. So they gave this person some type of immunity because they are guilty of something. They knew. So by giving him immunity, what's he guilty of? What does he know? You don't give people immunity who didn't do anything or didn't know something. So I would hope that any logical person or anyone on that jury would understand that you're not giving this guy immunity because you don't think he did it, right? You're giving him immunity because you don't think that guy did it. And you need a stronger case because your case sucks. So let's get to the neighbor. She is like the homeowners association woman or something. I don't know. She's the president of the homeowners or something. But
Jessica Robinson, JESSICA ROBINSON.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. The gentleman that we just heard from, Kevin Mull, who is that to you?
He's my husband.
And can you tell the jury what happened when you woke up on the morning of October 21st, 2023?
I can. So we were dog sitting for a friend, and our dog was downstairs, and she was getting whiny. It was early. And so we were deciding who was going to go let her out, and he said, I'll go do it. So he got up, got dressed, took the dog outside,
they're dog
and,
sitting, but then she said,
it was
our
He
dog.
came back in, and he said, hey, Jessica, there's a...
Here, sir. I think it would qualify as an excited utterance or threat sense impression. If I understand what the answers would be.
Oh, well.
Your husband came inside and he said something to you?
He did. He came inside. I was upstairs. It's a two-bedroom home. Came in the door. I could hear the door shut. And he said, Jessica, there's a body outside. And I said,
What did you do in reaction to him saying that?
yes. I said something like, oh my God, what do you mean? And he said, there's a body outside. And I said, we need to call 911.
And did you ultimately call 911?
I did, yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review an audio recording of the call that you placed previously?
I have, yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6. Is it your understanding that that recording is contained on this disc that's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6?
That's my understanding.
And to the extent that you reviewed that recording, does that recording appear to fairly and accurately depict the actual call that you placed to 911 on October 21st, 2023?
It does, yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 6.
No objection. People 6 will be admitted and may be published.
Okay, I'm going to play this on normal because you have to hear how totally just wildly monotone
21 2023
this 911 call is.
0624 and 52 seconds.
Is Victor 911, what's the address of your emergency? It's 1368 Juliet Place. Short-term, somebody just went across here. Lafayette, in regard. Is this an apartment, flat or home? It's townhouses. Somebody's asking what happened. My husband was just out walking our dog. And he told me there is a person, potentially a body, laying on the sidewalk. He attempted to nudge the person, and they didn't move, and there's blood present, and the person's just laying there. Is it on your block? It's in our property, yes. It's on my neighbor's sidewalk. And that's your neighbor's address? Yes. I live across the there's a little park here in the community. I live right here. And where's the blood? Let me ask Kevin, where is the blood?
Honey, what do you want for dinner?
On the sidewalk. On the sidewalk around the body. We'll go look again as well. Okay. I want you to be safe. Okay.
At the preliminary hearing, he said it was too dark.
We have security here on the property. We'll call them next.
I'm gonna stop at about 2 minutes and 5 seconds. And at this point in the call, had you left your home yet to observe the body firsthand?
I had not. I was still inside.
Okay, I'm gonna resume the call at 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, I'm getting, I do have police requested, I do have to get EMS requested also for the location. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Kevin, can I give you another number to call? Can I give you another number to call? Are you with the patient now? Yeah, we're still in our home across this street. We're going to go back out.
So they're in their home. Very
How
calm.
does the patient look?
I'm sorry, I cannot, the way the person is laying, I cannot see their face unless I, move the body. And all curled up in a ball, and the person's barefoot, and there's a lot of blood on the sidewalk around. It looks like there's possibly a younger woman that may be pregnant. I'm not sure.
There's a female?
I think so, just by what I can see. She's all curled up like in the fetal position in a ball, so it's hard to see.
Okay. Is she awake?
No, I prodded her to see if she would wake up, and no reaction.
Okay. Is she breathing?
I did not look like, she looked somewhat blue.
She looked at blue?
Looked to be a little bit blue, skin cut, like bluish skin color. I'll go back over there in a moment and look closer, but.
So they kept going back over there. But no.
There's security. That's the guy in the truck right here.
Okay, so by the way, the security guy testified, and he said he didn't see a thing. And they're on the phone with 911 talking about.
If there's a defibrillator available, since I want to get it now, I'm telling you when you have it.
Would you like a side of fries with that?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm not sure if that was correct. We do not have a defibrillator here.
No, we don't want fries. Can we get onion rings
I'm sending
instead?
paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Are you outside yet with that? We're calling that outside.
Yeah, finally I got dressed.
Kevin, can you speak the other number? I have something. 393 656 2172. Okay, now we're walking back across the walk. Okay.
Hi, good morning. I resident here in Park.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Resident at Lafayette.
Oh man, she's not. Good morning. Hello. And then she's not.
Good morning. How are you? Hello.
Okay.
6 minutes
What
and
the-
2 seconds. At this point.
Gotta keep up appearances, you
where
guys.
are you?
So our home is across the park, as I described in the call. We walked across the park and we were approaching the person, the body.
And when you first approached the body, were you able to recognize who it was?
I could not. No, we came from. Her back was to us. The person's back was to us.
Okay. At some point later on that day, though, were you able to recognize who the body was?
I was. As Kevin and I were standing there, I walked around to the other side and I noticed two things about the person that suggested to me I knew who it was. The first was she was wearing a jacket that had a logo on the back. It was Maccabees Basketball, a Jewish organization. And then what really suggested to me I knew who it might be was a hair clip in the person's hair that I did notice.
And who did you recognize it to be based on those items that you observed?
Yeah, I thought that it was my neighbor, Sam Wall.
And how well did you know Mrs. Wall?
So I face her building, so certainly see her coming and going from her home. Sam's lived there maybe 3 years. I'd actually.
Okay, so that was the neighbor's wife. She's the one who said to call, she chose to call 911. The husband says he told her to call 911. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. They finally call 911. The wife says she was not dressed to go outside. And neither one of them would perform CPR. They both refused. They said that she was already too far gone to try to perform CPR, but they both refused to perform CPR. So I don't know. I guess it depends on whatever situation you're in, but if there's a chance to save a life, I would hope that someone would do that, regardless whether they are dressed to go outside or not. Also, in case you didn't notice, the entire 911 conversation was very much like ordering food for dinner or whatever. It was very just calm until she was out on, the sidewalk and she could see people and she was like, "Good morning. How are you? Hello." Like it's no big deal. There's just don't look at this. Everything's fine. I mean, it's like this is happening. So I found the neighbors to be very odd, but whatever. I still have questions because they kept going back over to Samantha's body. How many times did they go over there? How many times did they possibly step in something? Could they have stepped in something? Could they have touched her again? Did they touch her again? Why didn't the husband call 911? He's the one who found her. Why is she relaying the message to 911 when, I don't understand. What was he doing while she's calling 911? Was he washing the dog's feet? Was he washing his hands? What was he doing? Why wasn't he calling 911? I just have questions about that. So that makes me very curious. So we're talking about Samantha Wall and why I believe the wrong person is on trial, Michael Jackson Bolanos. So in the last video, we talked about what happened the night Samantha was attacked, and that we feel that, or that I feel that she was attacked somewhere between 1:24. Sorry, I think I said 12 something earlier, but 1:24 when her alarm system stopped tracking. It gave up its motion time. At 1:24, it went idle, and at 4:20, it felt motion again. Hello, sorry. I think Kouri Richins is being sentenced right now.
When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's
I don't
family
know if
was
I'm gonna
genuine
get
and
to see
enduring.
it before the
At one
trial
point, Eric's
starts.
mother expressed
Back up
that
after
Kouri
that.
was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with
I don't know
Eric's
who's talking
grandmother.
right now.
When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, particularly participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children.
Has his family already?
As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late.
Yeah, that's his
or offered
sister
help to
behind
neighbors
her.
facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her
Oh, from
community.
her mother. Okay.
She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling, not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands or loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution.
Has Eric's family already spoken?
One moment, please. Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom.
Oh, okay.
Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives.
Chick, you
Our
ain't never
family
getting out.
deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Bree Darden.
These are the same attorneys for Tyler Robinson, by the way. Or she is.
No. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Bree Darden. That is Kouri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Your Honor, the next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family.
Where did she get those lashes?
To the Honorable Judge Mrazek. I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, which you've heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, and then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
So I just have a question for y'all. If y'all had children, you were in this similar situation.
Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole.
Yeah, because he
Due
won't
to
make
the
his money
defense
back.
resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name.
Why would y'all not let? So she raised the kids, right? She was their mother. I understand.
The second one is also
she's been
an
accused
investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money.
Of taking their father's life.
So,
but would you
some
shut
type
her
of
out
victim status
of the
here.
kid's life forever?
Honorable Richard Nozick.
Or let
Thank
them.
you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have an extra of that one.
Would you?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins.
She was a good
May I
mom.
first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard at making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper. Dear Honorable Richard Mrazek, my name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services.
Is there not a limit?
No, I think I might pull that out.
I mean, we get it.
I don't think I have that one, so I may need, thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that while I'm doing this? To the Honorable Richard Mrazek, Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services.
Okay.
She's participated in discussions, and we've seen
court is back for Josie. So we're going back to Josie. Kouri going to prison for the rest of her life. She's not getting out. Although I do want to know, like, would y'all cut the mother off from her children? I mean, I'm just curious. I just want to know. Like, she was a good mom. Her kids loved her. She loved her kids. But his family took the kids, cut her off, cut her family off, no contact. So she has no contact with her kids. So I'm just curious, like, would you not leave it up to the kids to decide? Where are the attorneys at? The judge is there. None of the attorneys are in the courtroom. What the heck? I mean, would y'all not let her send letters to the kids and let the kids decide if, or at least would you pre-screen the letters and let, like, I mean, I just feel like if I were the kid and I grew up and I wasn't able to have made the decision on, you know, allowing my parents in my life or not. I think kids have to decide that once they get to a certain age. You have to decide. Why is the judge in the courtroom and the attorneys are not? Where are the attorneys? This is weird. What is going on? Well, what the heck, man? Yeah, of course they know. But that's what I'm saying. Like, would you, I mean, there's no telling what his family has told the kids. Like, I'm sure they know. It's been all over the news. It's hard to keep it away from the kids. But I mean, like, wouldn't you want to decide for yourself if you talk to your mom or not, or your dad, or whichever? Like, would you want someone to control whether you spoke to your parent or not?
Everybody's present in the courtroom.
I just feel like for my son, I had to let him decide. Yeah.
Anything we need to discuss from the state before we begin?
I mean, she raised you,
Defense?
you know, so
All
you,
right, I'll put on the record with respect to.
that's the only mother you know.
We've
You know what
had
I'm saying?
To look at
Like,
this over the lunch hour. It purports to contain approximately 250 events from Ms. Dikeman's cell phone over a period of time of February 10th and then the morning of February 11th. And it just looks like there are a number of entries in here where entries were not included. We skipped from 199 to 203, then to 207. And, you know, it happens repeatedly throughout the document. We haven't been able to double check this to see if it's represented accurately, but this is why I objected to authentication, and I would renew that objection at this time.
Judge, I can explain all the missing entries. The missing entries are selfies that she takes on her phone of herself. She takes a number of pictures, a series of images. Those are all recorded in the phone as selfies. And those are the entries I did not include because I don't think that they're being sent to anybody or being done. Maybe they are being sent to somebody and I didn't include them, but those are the entries where there's no in my mind, no communication taking place. What I included is communication with individuals, and that's what's captured in that exhibit.
Well, it also includes internet search queries and other non-communication data.
So was the point of it, of the summary, was to show inactivity at certain points?
Is to show her activity, her phone activity in terms of phone calls, texting, using Facebook.
Yeah, but that's totally for them to decide. Like I had to let my son decide about his dad. You know, I couldn't keep his dad from
As I
him.
understand.
I had to
that
let
was
him
sort of
see
the
for
purpose of
himself
the-
what a piece of crap his dad was and him decide.
The exhibit is to sort of show there's gaps of opportunity. Is that possibly, I'm right, wrong about that? I could be wrong.
It's to show the consistent communication with Rafael Suarez, the text messages, the number, the nature.
I didn't want him to resent me.
With individuals during the relevant time frame, the text communication she had with those individuals, to show the gap right before she said she had a shower where there's no communication on her part for about a half hour to 45 minutes. That's the purpose of the exhibit.
But you don't want the boy. You don't want those boys to resent their aunt or their granddad or whatever for keeping their mom from them, because I mean she raised them. They know she's a good mom.
No, I'm talking about the gap.
They don't know her as being this evil,
She's taking a series of selfies and then she picks which one she wants to
what the
send.
public has made her out to be.
You're not. So there's this gap which which the state is alleging she went and took a shower. So the question is there anything in that period?
There's nothing in that gap, Your Honor. Those numbers are.
Oh yeah, they do. Because they're in the house.
So this
Look
is
at
one
these
that
kids.
We're still gonna have a little bit more time.
Josie's
I'm not gonna
situation.
exclude it.
They
for that
saw it
reason at
all.
As long as it's consistent with what's there, I do think it was used more about the question of communication. In other words, that there was a lack of communication of critical Alexavier being harmed during that time.
Well, I
Seemed
pray
to be
for
what
these
the
children. I
questions
hope
were
they are
about.
resilient.
So that summarizes the communications that were going on. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Torberson? I don't.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that's what it's summarizing. It's not summarizing the actual, she's looking up Google searches or anything of that sort at the time.
Which time gap are we talking about here? Because there are a number of skips.
The time gap that I asked for was entry 231, which is, I'm sorry, it's entry 233, which is text to Rafael Suarez. The very next entry is 234, which is text from Rafael Suarez. That's at 8:05, but her next response is until 8:29, which is 2:35. So there's no gaps in any cell phone activity from 2:33 to 2:35.
The times were 7:47 p.m. to 8:29 p.m. Right. I believe those are the times. You may not have the same times or it should be the same times.
Should be. And all those records came from Exhibit 121, I believe.
Yeah, these were the Cellbrite records that you had.
Yeah, I mean, same objection. We haven't had a chance to check any of this for accuracy. But I understand the court's ruling.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Zachary?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So we can bring the jury in, State?
All right, why don't we get Ms. Dikeman
Oh, yeah.
back up there?
Sorry, Ms. Dikeman. Why don't you come up and have a seat? Go from there. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Yeah, it's a huge difference between Kouri's kids and these kids, because Kouri's kids are definitely sheltered.
Okay. everybody may have a.
They were living the good life.
Well, continue. Go ahead, Mr. Toberson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dikeman.
Hello.
Ms. Dikeman, there was some conversation about Wayne and a dog. You remember that?
Yes,
With your attorney? And you mentioned that Wayne had not been at your house for a long time, and when he stayed at the house with the dog, it was because it was really cold. Is that correct?
yes,
You're aware that there's messages between you and Derek just the week before the death of Alexavier, where you're talking about Wayne staying at the house, correct?
I don't remember when that was, and I'm not 100% sure when Wayne stayed at the house.
And Wayne was helping or staying at the house because he was helping you buy a new car, isn't that right?
He did help
And
me
the
get a
time-
vehicle, yes.
And the time that you needed a new car was right around the time of Alexavier's passing, isn't that right?
It would have been around the time of Alex's leg break, yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 150. Is this messages between you and Mr. Pedder?
Yes,
And it's referencing Wayne in a discussion about Wayne?
yes,
And there's a message from February 6th of 2023 where you say, he's staying again because he's helping me buy a vehicle. Is that correct? It's about 2/3 of the way down.
She didn't know what lethargic meant.
on February 6th, yes,
You see that message?
yes,
That confirms that Wayne and his dog were staying with you during this time frame, correct?
I believe that was the last night, yes.
Okay. I move 150 in evidence.
Judge, again, it's an older document. Section.
It will be received.
You were shown a exhibit yesterday, 300 by Attorney Zachar, that referenced a message that you sent to Mr. Pedron that Alex needed to be home and healing with you and not getting drunk and high with Mr. Pedron. Remember that message?
Yes,
I'm going to show it to you right now. It's Defense Exhibit 300. This is the one that we're talking about, right?
yes,
Now, that's just a very small snippet of that chat, correct? It's really 2 sentences.
yes.
Okay. What is the UTC time of those messages? Do you want me to read it? It might be harder for you to read it. I'll do it.
Okay,
And then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. So I'm going to read from right here. It says UTC 2203:54. Do you see that?
yes,
And UTC means that we subtract 6 hours during this time frame. So that would make it 16:03:54, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
And thank you. I was hoping someone would. And that would make it 4 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Exhibit number 7 is Mr. Pedron's time card. Now, this is happening on January 19th of 2023. Here's the entry on exhibit number 7 for January 19th, 2023. Tell the jury what time he clocked out.
It says 5:10.
5:10. So you are messaging him about getting drunk and high, and he's actually at work.
He had people clock him out all the time. His friends would clock him out of work.
That's your accusation.
It's true.
Those records say that he was at work, correct? You agree with that?
It says he was clocked in work. It doesn't mean he was at work.
Let's talk about what the additional messages say that also weren't shown. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 151. There were just 2 text messages that were contained in 300 from the defense. This is a larger portion of the conversation. Would you agree? Absolutely.
I'm sorry, what's the exhibit number again?
151, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to direct you to the last two messages at the bottom of 151. Do you see it? You can compare it to these two messages so you can show that I'm showing you the exact same message chain. And what I've handed you is defense 300. For now, Ms. Dikeman, you can just stay on page 1. Do you agree that the last two messages at Defense Exhibit 300 are at the very bottom of State's Exhibit 151?
Yes,
And yesterday, you were only shown the two messages from Defense Exhibit 300. You weren't shown the rest of those messages. Is that right?
yes,
Now, if you go up a little bit on State's 151, you can see a sentence where you say, you are already complaining about the Jenna part. Do you see that?
yes,
You're referencing Jenna Love, isn't that right?
yes,
Jenna Love is Alexavier's mother.
yes.
And Jenna Love was about to get out of prison during this time, isn't that correct?
Not for a couple months.
Okay. You had some rules that you wanted Mr. Pedron to follow, or you weren't going to stay in a relationship with him.
I wanted her to stay away from me.
You wanted her to stay away from you, no contact with you, right?
Yes,
And you wanted no contact between Mr. Pedron and her as well. Isn't that right?
away from me and my children.
Away from you and your children. You didn't
Yes.
want him having contact with her either, though.
That was left up to Derek.
Do you recall Derek sending at your request a text message to Aubrey, his daughter, saying any contact with Jenna would have to go through third parties?
I don't know what Derek did.
Okay, he sent that message or screenshot to you to prove to you that he wasn't going to have contact with Jenna because you didn't want that contact, isn't that right?
I don't see that.
It's not in this part, it's just before this part. I'm asking you if you remember all this.
No.
Do you remember having 3 rules for Derek?
Where's that?
I'll show those to you in a little bit. Now, in this message chain, the very next line after the 2 messages that you sent and we talked about in Defense Exhibit 300, you say, I gave you the option to make it right, and instead you want to call obsessive over Jenna and scream at me only about that situation. You see that on the second page?
I didn't get to read the second page. You told me to stay on the first page.
Okay, second page, it's the very first entry. Let me know when you're done.
Yes, I see it.
See it? What's the very next line that you send him in that very same message? Why don't you read it out loud?
It says it's just like you to only care about Alex and not Brantley and Araya.
So you're telling him he only cares about Alex and not the other 2 children.
Brantley and Araya always felt left out, yes.
Your very next message to him is one day they will have a man in their life who actually cares about them, right?
Yes,
So you're sending this to a man that you're afraid of,
yes,
and you're telling him that his children are going to have a different man in their life.
Brantley would always ask me if I could give him a better dad.
I'm going to ask that that be stricken from the record. That's hearsay.
He said strucken.
Responding to your question, so I'm not going to strike it. Go ahead.
I want it strucken. Is that a Wisconsin term? Is that in the dictionary? Strucken?
Turn to the next page, page 3 or page 36 at the top of that exhibit.
Is that a word, Mark? You're an author. Strucken.
The fourth entry down, you say, that's why all you do is say that you and Alex are leaving. Do you see that?
Yes,
Followed by you saying you don't give a fuck about me or my kids.
yes,
You believe that Derek gave preferential treatment to Alex.
I believe that he left the other kids out when he would use Alex as a pawn.
And yesterday, when you were testifying about this text message exchange, you said you didn't want Alex leaving the house with him because you thought he was going to be drunk and high when he had Alex in his care. Is that right?
He was.
Okay. The very end of this exchange, you tell you're having Derek sent to your mom's house to pick something up for you. Do you see that? Derek sends you a message.
Oh my
Says,
goodness.
I will call you when I'm by your mom.
Follow along.
I think this is the effect on the listener, but what she's going to respond to. Go ahead.
And that's what it says.
That's what it says, right?
Yes.
And you actually sent the passcode to your mother's house for him, correct? So that he could get into the house? And actually, it's on a different exhibit from the next day, so I'll show that to you.
It says, and I'm sick of you throwing Alex in my face. Really, why should I care anymore?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 152. This is a continuing exchange between you and Mr. Pedrin, is that correct?
What page?
I'm going to show you the very last part of 152, which is a screenshot. What is the screenshot of?
It's of my mom's messenger.
And it's a message that you are forwarding to Derek with the passcode to get into your mom's house. Isn't that right?
Yes, but it just says that Derek's stopping by.
You're sending him to stop by. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it could be for anything.
Pick up things for you.
Yeah, I don't know what.
You said earlier that Derek and your mom don't get along at all, correct?
There was times where they did, but for the most part, no.
Okay. So this person that you're saying is drunk and high during this time frame, you're sending out in a car to go pick things up.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that mischaracterizes this from the following day.
I don't know what the, is this one continuous day? It's unclear to me.
One into the next.
Into the next
Ongoing
day?
conversation, yes.
Right. The next day, I don't know that he was drunk or high.
This is the 20th is the day of the party, right?
Of Laura Lee's party?
No, the party that you said he had people over at the house.
Yes, but what time was that?
Oh my God, I'm confused.
This message is sent at 0027:31. Subtract 6 would be
6:27 p.m.
6:27 p.m. You're sending him over to the house.
Right, and I don't know who was driving, and I don't know. He
That's the
could.
day of the party. Where he had people over at the house.
I don't remember exact dates, but if it lines up with the messages, then yes. But I don't know when he started the party.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Dr. Endres' evaluation of you. She said one of the things when she evaluated you and your personality is that you project blame on other people. Do you recall that?
I do recall her saying that.
And that you minimize your role or responsibility in things. You recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you were talking under direct examination yesterday, you said that you talked to the children about the basement stairs, the children being the children that lived with you in the house on OS, correct?
I don't remember saying I talked to them about the basement stairs.
You said you don't recall that.
Can you,
Testified just yesterday that you
can you
talked to the children.
explain more about that conversation?
Yes, you talked to the children about those stairs being unsafe and they shouldn't play around them.
Yes,
Okay. That's not enough as a part of a parent to secure those stairs and make them safe for a child. Is that right?
they were old enough to walk. They were old enough to know yes and no and understand not to play by the stairs.
So Araya should have understood as a 4-year-old child not to play by those stairs.
Objection,
In your mind.
negative. Relevance.
You can ask if Araya was old enough to understand.
As you can see in the interview, Araya was a very smart child and she was very well spoken and she could communicate very well.
Okay. So you think that was enough as you as a parent to take safety steps for the children in the home, was just to tell them, hey, those are dangerous, stay away.
Yes, and that is why I told them to throw their clothes, not bring them down the basement stairs.
Same thing with prescription medication. You had a conversation with the children and you said, these are mom's prescriptions, stay away, don't touch, that's for adults.
Since my brain injuries, the kids noticed that I would always take pain medications or a lot of medications, I should say, not pain. And they would ask me, Mom, what are those? Why do you always take medicine? And I would tell them, Mom has to take them because of my head. You know how Mom always has headaches because they were used to quiet time. You know, Mom's head hurts, we have to have quiet time.
My question is that you believe just telling kids.
Explaining why we had about the medication, why I explained to them.
I'm asking you beyond explaining it to them, should you have taken other safety steps?
That's not what you asked. You asked if I had a conversation with them, and I'm explaining.
Beyond having a conversation with them, should you have taken other safety steps with your medication?
Objection, speculation, resident, relevance. Calls for a legal conclusion.
It does not.
Overruled.
I had it in my drawer next to my bed where I took it morning and night, and I explained to them those are for Mom's head.
That
They
bag
knew.
of medication you had, you could have gotten rid of all those medications, couldn't you?
I planned on doing that, and then COVID hit, and we were on lockdown.
You could store them up high where no child could ever get access to them. You could have done that, couldn't
They
you?
were on a higher shelf.
They were on a higher
That's
shelf?
where I put them.
So they were on a shelf where none of the children could have accessed them, is what you're telling us today?
I believe they were either on that brown shelf or on my hanger shelf, which is where I put them.
And if they were on the hanger shelf, none of the children could have reached them, is that right?
No,
That's not right?
that is right.
That is right. None of the children could have reached it, correct?
No,
So the only person that could have touched that bag was you or Mr. Pedron.
correct.
The only two people that had the opportunity to touch that bag was you or Mr. Pedron, correct?
Yes,
Same thing if it was on the bookshelf, that was high enough that none of the children would access it, or no?
I can't say what the kids could have reached. I'm not the children.
You can observe how tall your children are and what they can grab, what their capabilities are, right?
Yes, but that house was very cluttered and I don't know what they could have reached. I mean, there was,
Whose responsibility is it to put things that are dangerous to children out of the reach of children?
I did.
You did.
I put it up. I believe it was on the hanger shelf.
You believe it was out of reach for the children.
I believe it was on the metal shelf where I hung up clothes. I believe it was on that shelf. That's where I remember putting it.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your interactions with the police on February 11th, 2023. On February 11th of 2023, Sergeant Williams comes and talks to you and you say that you want the no contact order dropped. Isn't that right?
Shut up, China. Shut
Right
up.
after Alex died?
Yes.
Yes,
You said that multiple times that you wanted the no contact order dropped, right?
yes,
Alex just died in the house.
yes.
And at that point, you're telling us that you are searching for what could have happened to Alex to cause his death, right?
I thought it was an overdose.
I understand that's what you're telling us, but you're still searching for what it could have been, right?
Oh, we're gonna be busy.
In my head, I thought it was an overdose.
You wanted to provide information to the police that may be relevant to anything that happened to Alex, correct?
At that time, I thought it was an overdose.
I understand that's the rehearsed answer.
It's not rehearsed.
Just strike Aston.
Yeah.
Struck, and it's also argumentative.
When you're having this conversation, you also bring up marijuana in the house, don't you?
Yes,
And you bring up marijuana in the house because that's a concern relative to something that Derek had, isn't that right?
because he handed it to me before he went out to the cops.
Correct, because Derek used marijuana, right?
He did.
And that was what you would reference whenever you said Derek was getting high, was marijuana.
No, he used Xanax more.
Yeah, I planned
never
on
told
covering
that to
Stout
the police.
again.
He didn't
I
hand
hate
me
that
his
he's getting a new
Xanax.
trial.
I didn't say you did. You never told the police about Xanax.
No,
Correct?
because he didn't hand it to me. I didn't have it. I didn't know where it was. He handed me the marijuana, so I felt like I had to tell the police because I knew where it was.
You knew the police were going to search your house. At that point, they had told you they were going to conduct a search warrant of your house. correct?
Yes,
And actually, when they took your cell phone, they took it, you didn't voluntarily turn it over. They said, we're getting a warrant for your phone. Isn't that right?
no, he said I need to take your cell phone, and I handed it to him, and I gave him the password after I wrote down numbers.
Because he told you he was getting a search warrant.
I didn't care. I didn't fight him.
That's not my question. My question was, he told you he was getting a search warrant, right?
Aston
I don't recall.
You don't recall. You told this jury that you saw Derek Pedron do a line of Xanax on the table.
I did, yes.
At that point in time, you had to have a belief, if that's true, that there may be Xanax in your house when they're going to conduct this search warrant. Isn't that right?
I don't know what Derek did with his Xanax.
Exactly. You don't know if it's in the house or not in the house if you believe it's present and you saw it previous evening, right?
I don't know what he did with his Xanax.
And the only thing that you mentioned as a concern when law enforcement told you they were searching the residence was marijuana.
Because I had had it in my possession.
We saw a number of videos through the course of this trial where Xanax and fentanyl were discussed by Derek to you, correct?
And I to him.
Correct. Those videos you never turned over to law enforcement, isn't that right?
Objection, comment on silence.
At any point.
Comment on silence, Judge.
Yeah, he can't comment on our silence, but did they turn over? That's the question.
Did you ever turn over those videos to law enforcement at any point in time?
I gave them to my attorney.
Okay. Those videos contain accusations made by Derek about you using drugs, correct?
They were accusations towards him using the Xanax because he was.
That was your response to him, but Derek always accused you of using Xanax and he accused you of using fentanyl, isn't that right?
He accused me of a lot of things.
On those videos, he accused you of using Xanax and he accused you of using fentanyl, isn't that right?
Yes, and other things.
Those were the drugs that he brought up every time, isn't that right?
And other things, yes.
And you were wearing patches during this time frame. You've already told us about that, right?
Occasionally I wore nicotine patches.
You're telling us they're nicotine patches, but these were what Derek would say to you, Xanax and fentanyl, correct?
Argumentative, asked and answered, speculation, and
I'll move on. You
What?
knew that if you turned these videos over to law enforcement, they would have questions to you about your drug use, correct?
No, they could have drug tested me and I was working with an attorney and I handed them over to my attorney.
These videos were made in 2020 through 2022. You were not working with an attorney then, correct?
I was being advised by an attorney, yes.
In 2020 to 2022,
Yes.
you were providing these videos to an attorney.
No, I was being advised by an attorney to remain silent and not work with law enforcement.
Regarding what?
regarding Alex's death.
From 2020 to 2022, you were advised to remain silent about the death of Alex.
I'm
He didn't die until 2023.
I'm sorry. I get mixed up with the dates.
Okay. So you weren't advised at that point, correct? You agree with me now. 2020, 2022, Alex is alive.
Yes.
Okay. And Derek is talking about your drug use in these videos. He's talking about you using Xanax, you using fentanyl, right?
Objection, hearsay confrontation, asked and answered.
I'm trying to get her focused, Judge, on the
Okay.
answer.
So the question, what I'm allowed to ask is, did she turn over those, you've asked this couple.
No, I didn't.
You did not turn them over.
No.
And you knew that if you did, you would be examined for drug use issues. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
You were asked about the school records for the children during your questioning yesterday. You agree that Alexavier had approximately 100 absences over a period of 2 years.
As well as the other children, yes.
He had more than the other children though, correct?
I don't know.
You agree that Derek bears responsibility for that. You agree with that, right? He's the father. He should be getting Alexavier to school.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that you also have responsibility for that, correct?
Yes.
You both have responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. And you both failed to get Alexavier to school on a regular basis.
I did. I couldn't.
We were shown 5 emails between you and the school. All those emails were from 2021 to 2022. Isn't that right?
I get mixed up on dates, so it's whatever they say.
They were from when Alexavier was in kindergarten. Does that help?
I know there was emails from first grade as well.
Okay. The ones that we were shown were from kindergarten.
Okay.
This guy is an
There was
a-hole.
one email from when he was in first grade.
One from first grade?
Yes.
So that's 5 messages that we were shown over the course of 2 academic.
We were shown a lot. I don't know the number.
One of the things that you said when we left off before lunch was that you were scared to say anything about Alex no matter what. You recall saying that?
I was scared to say anything about all the abuse, yes.
Okay. Even when Mr. Pedron was in custody the evening of February 10th, you were scared to say anything to Sergeant Kernine, correct?
Yes.
Or maybe it might be Deputy Kernine. Deputy Paff?
Yes.
You're scared to say anything to him? Scared to say anything to Laura Lee?
Yes.
Scared to say anything to your mom?
Yes.
Didn't say to anything to any of those individuals because you're scared, right?
Yes, I would cover up my bruises with stories.
One of the things you said on direct examination yesterday is that you were threatened with violence even if you talked to another man.
I was.
Okay. You said you were excited to be talking to Rafael Suarez.
I was.
You're excited to be going on a date with him.
I was.
You're excited about the prospects of starting a new relationship.
Possible, yes.
Okay. You weren't afraid of that at all, but you're afraid of disclosing child abuse?
Yes.
To protect Alexavier?
To protect all of us, yes. Other kids were being abused as well.
According to you?
Argument.
It's the truth.
You saw the forensic interviews of the children, correct?
I did.
They didn't disclose any abuse by Mr. Pedron, did
They
they?
were scared of him too.
I didn't ask anything about the forensics.
The forensic interviews, you did bring up the forensic interviews. You mean, which ones, the 2?
I asked about disclosures regarding Mr. Pedron right now. I think that's a different topic in the forensic videos.
Oh, yes.
And Judge, I think this calls for comment on the credibility of other witnesses, which is improper. I think that this is argumentative in the form that it's asked, as well as hearsay and confrontation.
it's an exception to hearsay. Counsel asked about the forensic interviews and her thoughts about the forensic interviews and disclosures on direct. I think it's appropriate.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
I said they were scared of Derek.
They were scared, so that's why none of
Yes.
them said anything.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He is an
But they did disclose
ass.
a lot about you.
Major did.
Major did, so did
Yes.
Brantley.
Brantley didn't.
He said, you choke.
I don't recall what Brantley said, but
He said, you hit.
I never hit Alex.
I'm saying what he said. He said, you hit.
I never hit and I never choked my children.
He said, you kick.
I never kicked my children.
The children were placed in separate homes before the forensic interviews were conducted and after the death of Alexavier. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Major was with his dad,
Yes.
and his dad didn't live with you, right?
No.
He had no idea what or how you treated the children inside your home, correct?
They were all talking to Major before the interview.
They were all talking to Major.
His grandma and his dad were calling the sergeant multiple times after talking to Major,
About what Major was reporting, correct?
supposedly.
And you know those calls were recorded, correct?
To the sergeant,
Yes.
not the ones to Major.
And you know that the sergeant documented what those concerns were and they weren't relative to the forensic video.
Objection calls for evidence beyond this witness's scope.
It's the same.
You've heard those recordings. I'll move on.
Yeah.
Brantley was in a different home, correct?
Yes.
Brantley was in the home of one of your relatives.
Yes.
It was your relative that took Brantley to his forensic interview.
Yes.
Brantley, to your knowledge, was not having any contact with Major during that time frame, correct?
I don't know.
These are the rules that you put in place for Mr. Pepper. Do you recognize this series of text messages?
1 second.
It would be so hard not to just like pop off on him. Because he's so freaking snarky.
Do you see about a little over 1/3 of the page down, and it's a message from you, and it starts off with the word fix?
Dude, she doesn't know what 1/3 is. 2/3, half.
Yes. Are you gonna stop with the first or start with the first rule?
Your first rule is fix the shit with a no contact, correct?
Yes.
Okay, your second rule is tell the truth. It's better for a family to communicate, and you and her won't ever be. That's talking about her and Mr. Pedro and Jenna Love, correct?
I don't believe so.
And your option on that other one is or tell me the truth, meaning tell me the truth about whether or not you're communicating with Jenna Love, right?
No.
Your next rule is get rid of bitches.
All right.
Because you thought he was seeing other women.
I didn't know.
And then the last one was make me feel loved, right?
Right. And not abused.
It doesn't say that. It just says make me feel loved.
But I know how I felt.
Your message is make me feel loved, right? He sends you a screenshot at the very end of this chain. I think it might be on your exhibit. I'm just turning it to mine so we can both look at it at the same time. The person in Mr. Pedrin's phone is heart my life and then flowers, correct? At the very top.
I see it.
Yeah. And this is a text message to AUBZ, who's Aubrey, his daughter, right?
Yes.
And he's telling Aubrey that if there's communication when his mom gets out, there will still be a no contact order in place. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's what he says.
He's doing this because this is what you want.
No, I don't. I never controlled Derek. He controlled me.
He's sending you a screenshot saying that he's not going to have contact and telling Aubrey about that because that's one of your rules.
No, it was not.
Moving 153 in evidence.
Hearsay confrontation.
This is her messages, right?
But no, it's a message that Mr. Pedrin sent to his daughter that was screenshot and sent to her.
Okay. Okay, the earlier parts of the exhibit are received. The screenshot, screenshot is hearsay, but the screenshot is in reference to what the response is, so it's completeness, so I'll allow it to be received.
And my only argument would be it shows his actions based on the messages sent to him. Same back to her.
I didn't make him do
Judge,
it.
I think that's the definition of hearsay.
That is the definition here, so I'm allowing it in just to show what the series of conversations are, so.
Yes.
And responses. Go ahead.
I want to talk real briefly about the chain of events surrounding Alexavier's fall down the stairs, as reported by you, okay? That fall happened on January 14th, 2023?
I'm not good with dates, so
Okay. Did it happen the day before or the day of the birthday party that you attended for Christian?
again, I'm not good with dates. That's the hardest with my brain injury.
Okay. If the birthday party that you attended for Christian was on a Saturday, you already represented to this jury that you wanted to get Alexavier medical care that Saturday at that party, correct?
I did.
And you also told us that it was Mr. Pedrin who was drinking and wanted to stay drinking and did not want to get medical care for him, correct?
Right.
Okay, the next day is a Sunday though. And Alexavier isn't taken in for medical care at any point on that Sunday, is he?
I'm sorry, I do not remember the date. It's a blur.
Okay, he's not able to walk at all on Saturday. You have to pick him up and carry him, isn't that right?
I did.
Okay, and you had to carry him, not only just physically carry him out of the car, but carry him into the house.
Yes.
And you had to carry him and put him on a bed.
Yes.
Okay, you told us earlier that you had balance issues, and so you didn't think you could do something like kick a child, but you're carrying around a 47-pound child.
It was very hard.
It was very hard, but you were capable of doing it, right?
I had to hold on with all my might.
And you carried him in that
Almost
house.
dropping him, yes.
And you carried him out of that house.
By the time I got to the vehicle or the bed, I was literally holding on till he was like to my knees. I struggled. The left side of my body is very weak.
And you could physically pick him up and put him in a grocery cart, correct?
Again, I struggled.
That's
And
higher up even to put a child.
If you can see where he was sitting in that grocery cart, it was on the seat, not in the cart. It wasn't in the cart. They had those double seats. So it wasn't like I was lifting him in the cart.
You picked him up and put him in the cart was my question.
Not in the cart, no.
You pick him up and carry him around the house.
No.
You moved him from the couch to the bed on the evening of February 10th.
Yes. Again, my right side is stronger than my left, so I
So yeah,
sacrifice my right side.
you have the ability to balance and carry a 47-pound child.
I sacrifice my right side a lot, and I use the bed to scoot him to where he was laying. I've learned to live with this disability.
Much like you've learned to live with yours. Being an a-hole.
Outside of sending one video to Laura Lee involving Alexavier being yelled at by his father and telling her to keep it and hold on to it and not send it out, is there another example you have anywhere of how you protected this child from this claimed abuse that you say was being committed time and time again?
I sent over a dozen videos to Laura Lee.
That's according to you, not her though, right?
It's the truth.
With all this abuse happening to the children in the house, according to you, to Alexavier, to the other children, you never reported it to law enforcement once.
I did
When?
on the 911 call.
You never reported it to police after making that 911 call. When you were interviewed, did you?
I did that one time. I felt like I could that one time. After that, I was scared for our lives.
Scared for your lives to report child abuse, but excited for your life to go on a date. Thank you.
Argumentative, move to strike.
Same. All right, redirect.
He is looking for like such a Matlock moment. It's insane. Just like he did with the medical examiner, where he's like, "Are you sure?" As you sit there on the stand today, under oath, they didn't test for prednisone when they found a prednisone bottle next to him. I mean, oh my gosh, he is such a condescending butthole.
Yeah, I want to talk about this issue with the shower.
Oh my gosh.
Back in 2023, how did you wear your hair?
I wear it either down or up.
Was it about the same length and, I was gonna say width, but the same fullness as now?
Yes, my hair's always been long.
Okay. How did you go about drying your hair after you get out of the shower?
I'd put it up in a towel.
So you wouldn't blow dry it right after a shower?
No,
And Josie, if you are in the shower, would you wash off makeup or other things that you were wearing?
yes.
I'm gonna show what's already been admitted as before.
Did you take a shower in 2023? Do you remember?
Josie, take a look at your hair here on the zoomed out view. Does that look like you had recently been in the shower?
No,
Does it look dry and like in the position that it normally would have been?
yes.
And I got a quick makeup tutorial over lunch from Ms. Sanchez here, but does it look like you're wearing lip gloss or something on your lips?
Yes,
Is that something that normally you would have washed off in the shower?
yes.
Zoom in here to your eyes, and it looks like you're wearing eyeliner on the upper and lower sections of your eye. Is that correct?
Eyeliner and mascara.
Mascara. Okay, thank you. Mascara is the one on top, right?
That's the eyelashes.
Oh, the mask. Okay, the eyelashes. Would you have put makeup back on after a shower?
No, not if I was going to sleep.
So, ooh, I
Josie,
guess
fair
the
to say that there were some flirty texts about possibly taking a shower with Raph in the
Yes.
series of those messages?
Yes.
You're familiar with that bathtub? I have one like that myself in my house. Is it your experience that water will, or droplets of water will remain in the tub for a period of time after taking a shower?
Yes.
And did you see any water or evidence of a recent shower in the tub?
No.
We're all addicted to our telephones these days. Are there parts of the day where you're not using your phone, Josie?
If I'm holding the kids to get them to sleep, Brantley was big on that. I had to hold him and rub his back. If I was watching TV, I would not. If I was eating something, I wouldn't. If I had a bad headache, because if I'm on the phone too much, I get the screen. I have to take a break.
How about if you're playing with the kids?
Yes. I stopped, one of the reasons, other than Derek accusing me of stuff, I stopped going on Facebook also because I noticed it was taking me away from the children.
Does it strike you as unusual at all, Josie, that there would be a period of time that you're not sending or receiving texts for half an hour to 40 minutes or however long that was?
Yes, I'm still like that. I won't text people back for a long period of time.
Did you take a shower?
No.
So going to after Alex died, did you want Derek to see the kids?
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, I don't know why, but even being abused and going through all that trauma, you just, part of you wants that person there. And I just wanted a piece of Alex. I wanted a piece of, even though he was so abusive, I wanted to feel like Alex was there. I wanted to feel like that life was there. And even if I was getting beaten, I just wanted to feel like my family was there. Just for a second.
Was Derek seeing the kids regularly after Alex died?
He would not come see the kids. He would come in the night only to see me.
Were you upset with Derek for not coming to see the rest of his kids?
Yes.
Now, the state suggested that you wanted Derek to come over to have sex with you. Was that the case?
No, but that's all he wanted.
So, Josie, you were asked several times why you didn't mention child abuse before. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
What were you trying to tell Sergeant Crenine when you told him that you were scared of Derek?
It was so hard to open up and talk to the police about what was happening. It's like I couldn't get it out because of the fear. And when I told him I was scared, part of me wanted him to just care and be there and ask, but I couldn't get it all out. The fear took over, and all I could see was what would happen if I did, what would happen if I told. He would find me. Pictures of the guns, people he knew would find me. He would kill me and the kids and then himself.
Josie, did you believe that the police had any ability to protect you or the kids if you disclosed that Derek had been harming the children?
No, because he always got out. He always got the charges dropped. He always blamed me, made me get the no contacts drop, made me hound the DA.
Were be able to confide in Brian Moldenhauer about some of the abuse that was going on at home?
Yes, Brian was a very good friend of mine. He's one of those people that I've known for high school, and he's just never changed. He's been the same person since high school, and he's a farmer, and he's never been through trauma. He's just a really good person that I could talk to. And
Josie, you recall the 911 call where you said that Derek did the same thing to his 6-year-old as well?
yes,
Was that a moment of fear where you were scared saying that even to the dispatcher?
I was, and I just spit it out, and I was scared.
And did anybody ever ask you what that meant?
No,
On the topic of protecting the kids from Derek, did you try getting a restraining order against him?
I did.
And do you recall in that restraining order, did you mention that Derek was becoming violent with the children? As
Objection is beyond the scope.
Judge, the state opened this door.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
I don't know who the defense has next.
Oh. This is a copy of a certified copy, but we have the certified copy here.
Let me see what you're talking.
This trial's giving me a headache.
Finding what's been marked as 313. This appeared to be a restraining order that you tried seeking against Derek.
Yes.
Did anybody help you with that?
Yes, a lady from Salvation Army.
Okay, so this was the social worker at the Salvation Army?
Yes,
I see the date on page 3 here is it's signed June 25th of 2019. Is that accurate?
yes,
Would that have been the date that you signed it?
yes,
It looks like the notary is our current court reporter. Is that correct?
yes,
All right. So Josie, on the back, there was a section where you had to write what had happened with Derek. Do you recall that?
yes,
And
But for the purposes of this exhibit, I'm gonna ask that be used for the limited purposes related to the children only.
Yep.
that is all I'm gonna use it for.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna highlight a section here.
This is so messed up. The very court
Did you
she's
write,
in.
That Derek uses violent force towards the children at our home.
yes.
What did you mean by that?
He was violent towards the children, and he would hurt them.
Offer 313 for the purposes used.
The very court
For the
reporter.
purposes used.
The very DA.
For
To
that
be
purpose,
received.
yes.
Yeah, be received for that sole purpose.
Josie, what happened with that restraining order?
He didn't follow it, and
Judge, I'm gonna object. I don't think, can we have a sidebar on this?
Yes.
I mean, everyone that would put Derek in jail would drop the charges, drop the no contact, and keep letting him out. And again, are letting him walk on this as well. And they're turning her into the bad guy. Again, I'm not saying that she doesn't hold culpability, but it's just like adding fuel to the fire. It just seems so It just seems so, I don't know. Like if she could show emotion, it'd be anger. Why can't we hear them?
Let's talk about the house again, and we've already agreed that the house was pretty messy and pretty cluttered. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you think that you would have noticed if a particular piece of property like that purse was on or off the floor at the time?
No.
I want to talk about Derek's phone call to you after he was arrested on the 10th. Or excuse me, your phone call to Derek after you were arrested in May of 2023. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
How were you feeling at that moment, Josie?
I was in shock. I didn't understand my charges. I had to keep asking the jailers what my charges were. I miss my kids. They were crying for me on the phone.
What did you mean, Josie, when you told Derek that you got what you wanted? I'm being blamed for it.
Before I got arrested, Derek kept telling me that
Objection, this calls for hearsay.
Yeah, sustain.
What did you mean by that comment, Josie?
Derek said he was going to blame me.
Objection calls for hearsay. She's responding with his answers.
Effect on the listener.
So it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, only for the effect on the listener.
Only for why she would say that.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter.
Go ahead, Josie.
Derek said that when he was beating me at my mom's, that he was going to blame me for Alex's murder or death.
Oh, she said murder again.
Why would you tell this man that you love him on the phone?
Because I was in a situation where I was alone. I wanted my kids and I needed love.
I'm going to follow up a little bit on what you offered earlier with the state, but have you known Derek to have others clock him in or out of work if he was late or leaving early?
Yes.
Calls for hearsay.
The question was asked why she believed. This is what she believed. Go ahead.
He would come home and brag about it.
That's hearsay. I'd ask that be strucken.
Strucken.
Given the situation, I'll allow her to answer that question.
We're strucken it.
So talking about that purse or the Coach bag, Josie, you said that you believed it was on the hanger shelf. Did you know that it was there for sure?
In my mind, I picture it was on there.
Do you know whether or not Derek accessed that bag?
Strucken is not a word.
Alex.
I don't know. I didn't.
Along kind of the same lines, why did you ask to lift the no contact order with Derek after Alex died?
Because we had a mutual hurt in common, and that was Alex.
You gave some testimony that you wanted to feel something. You wanted to feel like Alex was still around. Is that accurate?
I did, and I just wanted to feel, even if it was hurt and pain, I just wanted to feel some type of closeness to Alex.
So Josie, you were asked why you couldn't take Alex to the doctor on Sunday after the birthday party. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What was going on in your life where you couldn't take Alex to the doctor yourself on Sunday?
In the morning of Sunday, when we got back from the birthday, Derek had beaten me to the point where I could not move because he accused me of him getting beat up by the Hispanics.
By the Spanish-speaking men?
Yeah.
Spanish-speaking men.
Was there any reason why Derek couldn't take Alex to the doctor on Sunday?
No.
Josie, in terms of the stair case, what efforts did Derek make to protect that staircase from children playing around it or falling on it?
He didn't.
He did nothing at all?
No.
Regarding the emails to and from Hinchin, the school district, were there additional emails that we didn't discuss between you and the staff of Hinchin?
Yes.
Were you in fairly regular contact with the school?
Yes, they considered me a helicopter parent.
A helicopter parent, did I hear that right?
Yes.
In terms of the text sequence that you were asked about where Derek swung by your mom's house to get something, would your mom occasionally have things for you, food or utensils or anything else?
Yeah, she'd pick up clothes for the kids. She'd pick up, if I couldn't afford Tylenol, ibuprofen, soda, water. I mean, whatever, anything. She'd find something on sale. She'd pick it up for me.
Okay.
She was a mom.
And if that trip to your mother's happened the following day, do you know if Derek was still drunk and high, like you said on the 20th?
I don't know.
Why would you say in those text messages that Alex needs to be here at home healing and not out getting drunk and high with you?
That would have been the day before he went to my mom's.
Yeah. And why would you say that to Derek in a text, that he needs to be home healing, not out getting drunk and high with you?
Because Derek,
This was asked and answered in direct originally.
Sustain.
Were you telling the truth when you made those statements on the text messages, Josie?
Asked and answered.
Sustain.
Did you have any reason to believe that those texts from the 19th and the 20th of January would one day be used in a homicide trial 3 years later?
Asked and answered.
Overruled on that.
no, I would not, and I wouldn't have wrote them if they weren't true.
Give me 1 second, Josie. All I have on redirect.
Oh, he can't wait to get up there.
I just want to touch briefly on the photograph that you were showing after sending the text message that said, "I just showered," okay? The time frame where your phone has no activity is from roughly 7:47 to 8:29, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. The text message photo that you send to Rafael Suarez, the photo that we've seen in court, that's sent at approximately 9:20, isn't that correct?
If that's what it says.
Okay. And the photograph, you take a number of selfies according to your phone activity before you pick that one to send to your date for the next day, isn't that right?
That's what I usually do, yes.
Phones have filters on them, correct?
Yes, but
You're also sending a text message to someone you're going on a date with the very next day, correct?
yes,
Okay. You want to look your best, you want to show your best for that date, isn't that right?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
People don't generally send a text message to someone they're about to date the next day with no makeup, nothing on.
I do,
You do.
yes.
Okay. That's not what you did here, though, is it?
I already had makeup on.
After you showered.
I didn't shower.
I understand you say that today.
Any redirect?
Josie, did you regularly wear makeup to bed?
No,
Oh my
And
gosh.
the time frame was 7:47 to 8:29. Would that have been right after Derek was arrested?
Yeah,
I
and she
believe
had
so, but I'm not good with time.
a 5-year-old running around like a chicken with his
I
head
think
cut
so.
off.
Were the kids upset at all by the fact that Derek had been arrested?
Objections beyond the scope.
On y'all.
It's related to this timing issue. I'll allow that question to be asked.
Not this time, no.
Okay. Did you have some things to do with?
The
getting
cops
the
said they
kids to
were.
bed, and getting
They
the kids
cried
out
and
the house
cried.
after Derek was arrested?
Yes,
Did you use a filter on your phone when you were taking those selfies, Josie?
I'm not good with the filters, and those are usually on Snapchat,
Okay.
other than like a tints for the background.
Can we don't see cartoon dog ears or anything on you, correct?
No, I don't know how to work those unless it's on Snapchat.
Were you wearing makeup in that photograph?
I was.
Nothing further.
Anything further on that?
Nothing on that.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
They stepped down.
Oh,
Why don't we take a break for about 15 minutes and we'll go from there. 10 to 15 minutes.
oh my gosh. He is a bunghole.
You know I'm here. All the ones I need to move. Oh yeah, that too. That goes without saying. 152.
Oh. Ooh.
And I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys.
So Kouri
I will
Richins
do
is
whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you.
speaking.
For the time being, I don't
Sorry.
know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share
We're on a
with you
break.
for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again, and one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the dark side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I've tried calling you. Please just ask them, whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did.
if for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you.
I mean, she kind of doesn't
Because
have
I
a
couldn't be
choice,
further from the
Gwen.
truth.
They cut off all contact.
You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult
At
situation.
least she's using this to talk to her
mentally,
boys
emotionally, and
and not.
physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy.
Beg
And I
for
am
mercy
so
for herself.
sorry that you were going through this. You boys have the right to be angry and sad and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day when this is all
True.
over,
Good.
we can
Duly
sit down
noted.
and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would'ves and could'ves and should'ves.
I mean,
We
in this
all
day
have
and
them.
age,
We have all done them.
there's
And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human.
it wouldn't be Kouri Richins
Nobody
if
is
she
all
didn't
good
do it
or
on
all bad.
camera.
We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this. But don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret. And I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce and you will have fights, but then you will make up and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails.
What is happening?
Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings.
I know,
And we
right,
forgave,
Gwen?
And we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question.
Well, yeah, now that you killed it, I mean,
Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family.
too late
Because
now.
Our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys.
Was it?
Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't.
Was it though?
To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself.
I don't think so.
Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, your love is enough.
I beg to differ. It wasn't enough.
One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand.
Is it
just your love is enough?
Is it just me? Love wasn't enough.
Enough to withstand everything else.
No.
The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough, and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship.
I don't think she should
Don't
be
worry
saying
if
this.
They would do things differently.
Practice what you
just
preach,
love.
Mama.
And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together.
No.
Together, we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it.
By killing
Just
your
be
husband
safe and be healthy
with an
and be
overdose
happy.
of fentanyl.
That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white.
Sorry.
The situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they're full of.
Sorry. We are back with Josie. Sorry. We're going back and forth. Okay, sorry. That is the most hypocritical speech. I get it, okay? I get it. She's trying to talk to her kids, but when she started going into that was a lot. Love is not enough, okay, honey? Like, you killed your husband with an insane amount of fentanyl. And here you are trying to tell your boys that love is enough, that your spouse is your person, after you just told your boys that you fell in love with someone else. That's crazy. I mean, I still think that it's up to the boys to decide if they want to keep their mother in their life. You know, and obviously I feel terrible for Eric's family because what is happening in this trial? But she could have left all that out. She could have left all that out. This whole love is enough shenanigans. What's going on with the trial? Yeah, that's too much. Okay, well, we can at least listen. I ain't gotta look at her. We're listening to Kouri Richins give her speech while we're waiting. She's trying to parent for the future. Interesting. Don't beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. She says, be like your dad. Oh my gosh. Oh, you can't hear Kouri?
Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad.
Can you hear Kouri? She just keeps saying, be like your dad. No?
As your parents. Be like your dad. As your parents. Your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be
like your
sure
dad.
you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most.
Like that I killed
Because
your
I
dad.
can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend. But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder What if Dad could have watched me graduate college? Walk me down the aisle? Be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings. The sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone. Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be.
Boy, she is laying this
He's
dad
supposed to
stuff on
fill.
thick.
He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about. But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life that filled it the most. My husband. The father of my children.
Meanwhile, I was having an affair.
Still in shock. And still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward.
Should reach out to other
I'm
women
so
who
sorry you boys are being pulled through
killed their
all of
husbands.
this absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury
Oh, it only
who have
takes
never
8.
met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing two. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust.
I don't think this is going to help her with the judge. Just
Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt, a tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday.
Oh,
because he was so loved.
Today's his birthday?
That no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering.
Okay.
I'm broken.
Sorry. We're back. Oh, the defense is resting.
Trust. I also understand that the state's not ready with rebuttal witnesses yet today.
True.
Yeah. May I ask how many witnesses you anticipate?
Judge, I do think we should have a discussion about them because Attorney Zacher may have some objections. So the first one would be Dr. Enriquez. I don't want her to talk about both children. I don't want her to talk about the other acts. I'm not looking for her to talk about the scope of the report. I would be asking Dr. Enriquez to testify very limited to the expectations of what symptoms Alexavier would have exhibited based on her training, her experience relative to being a child abuse pediatrician.
Symptoms from the abuse aspect or the Xanax exposure?
Symptoms related to the physical abuse.
The physical abuse. And as I said, I believe she could be called as a rebuttal witness if there was a need. Was it contradicting what one of the doctor that Dr. Christensen said?
I don't think it's contradictory. I think she provides greater detail and greater information because she deals with live patients who have had these injuries, so she can talk from that perspective what one would expect in these scenarios. I don't know that either Dr. Christensen or Dr. Quinton had that ability. And so that would be the reason that we'd be calling her.
Okay. And then just before we get into an argument about whether that is appropriate or not, is there another witness other than that?
There is another witness. We made arrangements last week. There were a number of physical pieces of evidence, the pair of pants that Alexavier had with pajamas with a blue substance on it, and then the little fragments that were collected by the department. It was our belief always that those were sugar, that they were not pill fragments. During the course of the trial, they were referred to as pill fragments. We did not send them to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. We actually had them tested at the University of La Crosse strictly for sugar, and they came back as sucrose, sugar, which is the predominant ingredient in cotton candy.
Right. Is that something you two could maybe talk about? We could just.
Well, Judge,
I know we're going to go back to it in just a second because they're going to rest.
Okay. All right.
In this
All right.
case.
So that's fine. I'm just trying to get an idea on timing.
The judge is like,
guys.
I was kind of hoping we'd be done today.
So this is what I'm going to tell the jury is that first of all, the defense is rested, that we need to wait tomorrow for some potential rebuttal witnesses. Probably my hope is that we would be able to do jury instructions tomorrow, maybe even closings tomorrow. And at least give them the opportunity to be able to deliberate all day on Friday.
Well, he is ready to go.
I know I'm always
he's
pushing it maybe a little bit too fast, but we'll see where we're at the end of tomorrow morning. Either way, closings would be at latest Friday morning. That's what I can see is doing like jury instructions, finishing them.
Are you kidding? The prosecution is going to have like a day of closing.
From what I understand. So let's bring the jury in right now and we'll give them the break and go from there.
I don't think she's doing a very good job of manipulating the judge. Okay, so for this case tomorrow, I'll be here in the morning and then I have to go to work.
No, everybody may be seated.
So I'm only going to be here for the rebuttal.
Mr. Zacher, does the defense rest at this point in time?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has rested, which means we go to the next phase, which is the state has an opportunity for something called rebuttal. Because it's a little bit, timing was a little bit off, what we're going to do is start that tomorrow morning. So we're going to be done with today. My hope that, knock on wood, my hope is this means that we should be done this week. Of course, there's no, as deliberations, as you've heard me say this before, I cannot tell you how long that takes. That's really up to a jury. But at least as far as the finishing of the full trial going to the jury, my hope is you'll have it no later than Friday at the latest. Good news. The other thing is, if you can come back tomorrow morning, 8:30, we should start right up with whatever witnesses, if there are any witnesses, and then we'll go to the end of the trial. Thank you so much. Please don't talk about the case as usual. We'll see you tomorrow.
So unfortunately, I have to go to work tomorrow. So when they go to lunch break tomorrow, I'll have to go to work. So I won't get to hear if they do closings. So I'm going to miss the closing. So you guys will have to watch it without me. Sorry. And then I hate that. But I got to make a little monies to pay for how I stream these videos.
Let you know, Christina is taking what was sent to by the state to and is now we're incorporating it. Of course, we can discuss
Kouri is
it.
still talking.
That's just to have so we can talk about the entire thing at that point in time. Sort of what I usually do is I make copies of the instructions, give you both copies.
Okay, so this day is done.
Send you an electronic version of it too, and then we can start working through it. Probably not till about 3:30.
Kouri's still talking, so we'll go to Kouri now. Oh my God.
And hear your laugh through your happiest days.
She's a hot mess.
But for now, that's just not the way it is. You have to be strong. You have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all you.
Oh, finally, she stopped.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions.
Oh yeah, this is the hot judge.
If any of you feel overcome with emotion,
He's got that radio voice.
frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today, the victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence, and the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B, and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case.
Heck, she ain't got no money.
The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options: an indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this. Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain.
Look at her face. Look at her
A
face.
person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for a new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence, and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for a new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for a new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days.
Smart.
Not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country and for half of July Ms. Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. I can't imagine this is a decision that was made today, I think. Council's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends a 14-day time period as provided by.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration for attached to our motion for new trial. And it's gonna require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision.
Oh my God, another new
I can
trial.
also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the
Look at that
folks
cop.
who
She's
made
just
that
waiting to put the
decision
cuffs on her.
use that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond.
Hot
to this
radio
idea,
voice judge.
I'll extend your deadline to 28 days, but within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
You ain't got no time. You leaving out the country.
Not a task clarification. So the court.
14 days from now, they have an opportunity, they have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
But we got Letitia Stout getting a new trial, Alec Murdaugh getting a new trial, and now Kouri Richins is filing for a new trial.
For the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
And we all know Josie's trial is a train wreck.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today? Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. You're off the record.
She said, what? She had that smirk on her face. She was like, oh my gosh. That look on her face when he said, when she saw it coming. Oh my gosh. She saw it coming too. And she was like, oh, she had the dirtiest look. Okay, so we will be here tomorrow morning for the rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution for Josie Dikeman. But then I have to go to work, so I'll probably miss closing arguments. I am sorry. But I'll leave my screen on and y'all can watch it on my channel, but I'm not going to be here, so I won't have any control over what happens. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll just leave it on my screen. But I'll see y'all tomorrow, and we'll see what happens with the rebuttal. The prosecution is probably going to put up some stupidness, but we'll see. So thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it. Kamsahamnida.